Big patch, big update day. How you doing, Claymore? Hello, hello. Hey, Skirk. Thank you for the 30 bits. Hello. The update drops and Cash immediately short circuits and is now unplayable. Big update today. Let's go. Unironically improves the game. I am today. Where am I? I'm farming this guy. What does gun damage, assault rifle damage, and gun reload speed? Underbarrel damage. That's really good for a Whiskey Foxtrot. Or Lucian's flank. No, not good for a Lucian's flank. Doesn't get underbarrel damage. Ooh. Big rocket, terrible damage. Wait, I want experience, so let's go get experience. Enjoying Technomancer Rad build on level 60. Hopefully it's indirectly getting buffed today. I wouldn't hold your breath. Last cycle farming. That's what I was doing yesterday. Got some good rolls. Can't wait for a 3% fire rate nerf to cash and a 1% additional cooldown rate buff for Harlow Bloom. What's great about the 3% fire rate nerf to cash is it just means we can spec more fire rate and still hit cap. This box, every time. It's always this box. Never any of the other places.
I put some electric shine on this one. This is how you eat.
It's reset day. Max damage for a Golden Garden. For 14-2. 14-2 is on the higher side. If you've got 14-2 and Jacob's Ricochet on that, I'd be happy. Hey, Reckless. But Jacob's here? Yeah, I'd be happy with that. I think you can call your farm though. Now, they said that character and weapon rebalancing will be coming in future updates, and today we're going to be cash updates, so I wouldn't expect anything for the other characters. Maybe some minor stuff, but we'll see. Can't remember the wording of the exact tweet. Now I've got it. There will be character and weapon buffs and nerfs coming in some minor updates, and some in major patches due to technical limitations. Patch notes soon. Well, that was a very generalist statement that basically reiterates what they said when the game came out. Holy shit, it's the premium game for a premium gamers. They can say it. They can, yeah, they can say a lot of things. Just like all of the, you know, roadmaps that they've made. And then changed and updated and changed and made and... Fool me once, fool me twice. Fool me as many times as Randy's attempted by now. Deal with it. Oh dear.
Scattered to pieces.
Do I prefer crossfire cards? No. So the last time we got weapon rebalancing in a minor update was the first week of October. They have done minor updates, weapon balancing updates in major patches. Like they did one, I think like a month ago, for a couple of weapons.
I do not bluff. I blast. Send more my way. I am hot.
I killed 10 creeps. Oh, there. Hi, Evan.
Watch the flash. Everything burns. There will not be much of you left. Hostiles, let my bullets see.
What are they nerfing and buffing? We'll find out in about 10 minutes. I miss when they pushed the patch notes, like, a week before. A week before? An hour before. Not a whole week. But like, an hour before. Then you could see it and prep and be like, okay, they're doing this, this, and this. So you grab some guns. An hour. And they ever do an hour? Yeah, no, reading. 1 week, what the fuck? It really is. No, not me just casually slipping how much early access people got. No, we got like a day. It was always like really late at night. 2 in the morning.
Left yourself wide open. This is only after if you are caught.
Oh, he's dead.
Let us see who ends up Looking rather toasty.
Hey, Kirk, how you doing? Hello, hello. Notification is a troll, right? There wasn't a major update. Because the major update is in 8 minutes. I went live 12 minutes ago. Relax.
So, you are on top.
Yeah, I don't think totems need a buff at all. Totems are really good. How dare you clickbait me by making me wait 20 minutes? Shameful! Hi Joe, thank you for the 24 months, much appreciated. Can't believe they're removing cash from the game without offering refunds. I know, terrible. It was the Fault Hunting mission where you had to unlock Gen 1 as a boss. Oh. Well, there you go. Players complain about action skills, so Cash got all the good ones.
Another fight goes my way. Luck is on my side. Rippers in my sight. Ha ha! Dead. Just what I was looking for.
Hey kitty, good to see you. Hey, hiya. They have good damage and cooldown, why can't we say that for everyone else? No, instead we have to deal with incarnate damage and 0 point. All the villains have at least one action skill done. If you're doing action skill for damage, you could almost argue too. Amon is the next best off. Because Amon, you can make all three work. I think Vex is probably the worst off, although you could argue Harlow as well, because Harlow's action skills don't really do much damage themselves. Most of red tree is just feeding into neutron capture. Green tree doing damage is laughable. Kinda so is blue, so. Yeah, Peacebreakers and Spectres are mainly just mixologist fuel. Or mixologist fueled. Hey, it's patch day. It is indeed patch day. How you doing, Anima? Thank you for the 82 months. Much appreciated.
I will make this quick, Sith.
What? These fucking grenades! Just threw it at a barrel! Why do you throw it at a barrel? Getting barrel trolled by my own action skill. That's not an enemy.
I have a kill to pick with you lot.
Lazy, the patch notes are out. The patch notes are out. Lazy, the patch notes are out. The notes are out. Do we not learn? We're Borderlands players. We never learn. That's the thing, we don't. We go through this every week. They roll out different people at different times. Borderlands players moment. Is it actually just is it actually just April the 23rd? Aha! 30th! Let's go! Hold. So that gets updating. Whatever. We'll read. Like the patch notes are out. Oh, hell yeah! In this update, we're proposing getting you into the action faster with streamlined interactions and more powerful rewards. Key updates include content overhauls, major updates to Mad Ellie and Vault of the Damned, quality of life, improved interactions for our latest Vault Hunter with Cash, and loot and UI. The Pearlescent loot chest is now more streamlined, damage numbers are more predictable, and menus are significantly easier to navigate. Bloody hell. World encounters. We want Kairos to feel, don't spoil ahead, I'm reading. We want Kairos to feel alive and dangerous every time you step outside. By shortening the downtime between major encounters, make sure you can jump back into these activities quickly without having to wait for the player to start. World bosses now appear more often, so you can battle them for more loot more frequently. World events now have shorter wait between appearances. Very vague. Mad Elton's Vault of the Damned. Address reported access issues for players. Okie dokie. Yep. Kragans. Okay, co-op. Keep an eye out for new helpful pop-up tips for ice fishing, hidden crates, and more. Okay. Ah, my download is starting. 5.5 gig. Co-op, who was friends? I don't know. I don't have friends. Missions. Base game progress now carries on as intended even if you start the new content early. Is that not a thing? Okay. Fixes there, I guess. Nightmare Rifts. The rifts are meant to be scary, but not confusing. We made sure the bosses play fair and the portals behave. Nightmare jump scares will only start at you the very first time you use the drop pod. Okay. Nightmare Rifts will stay visible and ready for you even if you wander far away and come back. You can enter Nightmare Rifts whilst riding vehicles. Alright. Regular will stay inside the arena. Good. Never encountered that, but good. Cthulhu's Portal Kraken shows up right when the boss roars, and the boss has learned some new sneaky invisibility tricks. Cool. All gonna attack players that have the high ground. It's over. Don't try it. Half of these notes feel AI generated. They are. The wording is a bit weird. Slow the Tongue is more aggressive. They need more health. They die very easy. Enemies, your adversaries have been practicing their moves, from better jumping to smarter attacks, combat should feel more fluid than before. Badass Flying Dial Soldiers no longer use Order Rocket Tracers. Badass Flying Threshers are now better at recovering when hit with stasis. Who's using Blue Tree Hollow? Mechs no longer knock back players. Yeah, I was going to say, this is all reductive. This is just making it easier, but Sergeants have learned a new dash attack. To keep you on your toes and increase combat variety. What is this wording? Remove the extra pickle. Oh no! The Ancient Crawler activity now gives the intended amount of SDU tokens. Okay. Wait, there's an Ancient Crawler activity in Mad Ellie's? Legends of Stone Demon! Enemies from the combat chest arrive more quickly. We make sure the Vile type enemies stay in their own turn and don't wander into the demon's domain area. Eh. Okay. We want fights to be both fair and fun, so we've updated a few tricky enemy traits so that you always feel the impact of your favourite powers and elemental guns. Jumping and dashing work exactly how you expect, even if you change your crouch settings. Or was that a console thing? Enemies with Elemental, Eater, and Deal With It traits have been updated. They now take a portion of damage from action skills and elements rather than ignoring them completely. Wait, how does that work with Eater? Because Eater heals them. Deal With It now allows 20% of your action damage skill damage to go through. Elemental Eater now allows 10% of your elemental damage to go through. Elemental weapons can now set these enemies on fire, shock them, yada yada, since this extra damage isn't reduced by their traits. So is it no longer a healer? It's just reduction. That's big. That's big. Some challenges and stuff is the XP, XP, XP. Challenges on vault cards are fixed. More enemies show up during the creep impact event. Okay, nothing to XP there. We've done some spring cleaning across the world. Moving between single player and multiplayer won't change your starting location. Floating enemies brought back, invisible walls. Fishing prompts will only appear in places where you can fish. Ah. Demons denoting fast travel has been fixed. Getting the right balance for action skills and skill trees is a constant focus for us. The balance changes listed below are just the latest batch, and we plan on keep doing additional passages in the future. Cash. We spent time under the hood of our new favourite robot, Cash, to examine his skill trees and make gear to make sure his often unpredictable playstyle feels satisfying, clear, and powerful. We're taking time to look at whatever. We want Cash's skills and gear look as good as they play. This reads like somebody is trying to increase the amount of words in like their school bloody write-up. Defeating dragons with a snowball consistently grants you a stack of fortune. This is a buff. It's like very marketing worded. It's like stuff like you'd see on an advert. We want the skills to look as good as they play. What does that even mean? We want the skills to look as good as they play. Like, what? With the cooler class mod, Cash can interact with his own jinx and ordnance damage for more tricky combat setups. What does this mean? Those are just words. What is this wording? Roll the bones. This tree is all about totems and debuffs. We've improved how these powers act when you're moving fast or changing tactics. This is content. That's what this is. This is content. Cleromancy. Bone totems will disappear if you happen to fall in battle or if you summon a vehicle. Wait, when you say fall in battle, is that fight for your life or dying? I would want them to say if I go into fight for your life. Gun damage from angry totems will expire when traveling to another map. Okay, that's all fine. We've updated the text to better explain what the skill does. Good! Oh, that's only just for Luckless, not in general. Damn it! Snake Eyes, the cooldown kicks in as soon as you jinx more than one enemy. We also made your homing bonus ones last longer. Okay, cool. Look at the draw skill tree! We made sure your hand is always full and your attacks hit with the right kind of force. Sleight of hand. The skill recharges when you enter your in full state while fighting for your life. Is that not an augment? Is that not the cowboy augment? Wait, did they just make the cowboy aug? I'm confused. Piercing bolt now damages nearby enemies. Good. Wretched Shadow. This now is now counted as a melee attack. Oh, okay. I wonder if that triggers Groundbreaker. Because if that triggers Groundbreaker, that would be juicy. Chaos Walking. Oh, good grief. Oh, no change to anti-up, by the way. Trick Shot. We added a very short wait time between ricochets. Okay, so that'll be a... Okay, that's fair. Annoying, but fair. Burn the house down no longer progresses the deal with it challenge with fire mortars. Okay, address a sneaky interaction where Cash's own free grenades were applying bleed and stopping his shields from recharging while using certain gear. No, my issue with the free grenades weren't that it was stopping my shields from charging, it was that it was killing me. Maybe that just means... I don't know. But it was a sneaky interaction. Nothing beats lead. We updated the math. We've updated the maths. To make sure your special elemental infusions convert to kinetic damage. That surely is a sentence. We also addressed the interaction with the Rooker Order sniper rifle that was creating too many projectiles and could slow down the game. Expected. The description has also been updated to reflect that the passive is only affected by non-bonus elemental damage. Okay, that's good. Need more wording updates on a lot of these skills. Math 2. I can't believe Gearbox has reinvented maths. This is mainly a buff so far. Reckoning. Rockets are significantly better at finding and hitting corrupted enemies, and they no longer have a chance of being stuck floating in the air. Cool. From glow to glow, when a suicide cycle tries to blow you up, that explosion damage is helpfully turned into an overshield for you. Bleed the bad. Crossfire's burst fire is activated by Wonderfall. Oh. Okay. That might be the infinite duration thingy being fixed. I don't know. Interesting, no change from glow till glow, so that'll still fry your game and your enemies. No change to anti-up. These weren't really... No, this is more just kind of bug fixes. So glow till glow still bypasses bio armor and crashes your game if you use it with the convergence. May have been stealth patched? Yeah, that'd be... I don't have a gloam setup, so somebody's going to need to jump on that, because that... That is insane. Forge drones move faster. Shots and kickball will pass right through your firewall. Will they not? Oh, wait, this is a nerf. If you use the circular firewall and fire a kickballer in, it bounces off the walls and goes crazy. Now that can't happen anymore. So you can't create like a little Thunderdome. That's enough. Does mean it can get the damage bonus now at least. Increases force drone damage dealt. Some more detonation buffs. Blast Furnace, increase the damage dealt per stack. Cool. No percentages here. Hone point. Okay. 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 Titanium Knuckles buffed. Interesting. Good skill, that. Bullet Storm buffed. Okay, where are these level of buffs for, like, other skill trees? Harlow Blue needs this. Vex Red and Blue needs this. This is all good stuff. Why can't other... Okay, we're getting onto them. Oh. I've just seen a Vex nerf. We're getting Vex nerfs and not cash nerfs. Interesting. Okay, bunch of just menial buffs there. Cool. Grave Power no longer boosts, presumably, Witchy Trigger Finger. Yep. Okay, so that's a 45% blood gun damage nerf. Bloodletter. Large weapons mounted on vehicles will no longer trigger this skill by mistake. Wait, that was a thing? We could have made vehicles kill a basic enemy, and now we can't. Trouble's health increase, trouble damage increase. Teleport cooldown decreased, okay. Blood is magic, increase how much... It's not action skill damage. Yowl and Bay got buffed. Elemental Essence got buffed. Nobody's using these skills, Gearbox. We're going to use Blood is Magic, but we're not using Yowl and Bay, and we're not using Elemental Essence. They nerfed vehicles more than they nerfed cash. Rafa. Or, if you use a class mod that gives you extra points in this skill, the duration will last longer. That's very powerful. Dancer overdrive bonuses are now increased by 50%. Nerf to Dancer. Buster. Increase the chance that Lance will not consume charges. Increase cooldown time, increase critical hit chance. So, we got Rafa nerfs. We got Vex nerfs. We got vehicle nerfs. We got cash buffs. Interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. What did Harlow get? You can use Jacob's pistols to shoot your detonate. I mean, that's a statement. That's not... What have you done? That's just a statement. mean, yes, you can do that. I don't understand. Yes, you can do that. Did you remove the ability to, or did you just want to let us know? Like, I don't understand. you can shoot pistols if you want. Flux generator buff, that's cool. Could you not be full? Like, reactor. Reactor nerf, that's interesting, because reactor mathematically was not a winner. Skeptic buffed, and then nerfed, but like, that won't... This won't do anything. Which is fine, that's good. I don't think we should be nerfing Skeptic when Cash exists and he's getting buffed. That won't do anything. Driver increase lifesteal, because that... You know, maybe making Driver feed into neutron capture would have been cool. Hazard buffs. That might be the funniest line in the notes, and that's saying something. How is Cash catching buffs and Harlow Blue Tree gets nothing? Harlow, we just get a reminder that we can shoot a Jacob's pistol. Green Tree's getting buffed. Pearlescence. Finding the perfect piece of loot is at the heart of the hunt. In this update, we've polished up on our rarest weapons to make sure your favourite manufacturers are performing at their peak. We've also modified item cards so you know exactly what your gear does at a glance, will we? Finding the ultimate pearlescent weapon is an exciting chase, so we want to make sure the gear you're getting always feels powerful and special. To help you get the best versions of these rare items, we've tidied up the parts that can appear on them that didn't meaningfully add to the gun's gameplay, resulting in more consistent drops. These changes will apply to the new drops. Wait, are these not... Hang on. The Soul Survival always comes with the COV mag, has a much better chance of featuring an Atlas underbarrel attachment, and a small pool of licensed barrels. You already did this! And you know what happens? When a Daedalus Soul Survivor doesn't roll with an Atlas underbarrel, do you want to know what happens? The game freaks out, has two firing modes, one of which... Well, first you interact with the weapon with an invisible part, because nothing has spawned, and the gun has no sound anymore. We removed underbarrel parts. It didn't have any! These changes are a month old! The gun just doesn't shoot? That's funny. Your damage will increase immediately if an ally falls in battle. Did it not?! First source gets splash damage now, properly. And, okay. These are probably old changes. This does not line up with what you said here. This and these do not... These don't relate. What you said here is not... I don't... Yeah, I'm pretty sure these are all just what they did when the DLC came out. Licensed sticky magazines. We've updated the text on these guns so the descriptions match exactly how the explosions behave in your hand. Oh no. Did they not? I'm scared of when I get to video. Did they just decide? No, 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 no. Other way around, Viper. Other way around. If I load up a sticky bod and it says sticky malt 30%. Oh no. Tank Buster. Landing a shot on an enemy's head will always count as a critical hit. The fact that it didn't, really funny. Okay. Okay. We've restored missing prefixes to Gamma Void. Did they fix core? Nova damage gets stronger for every sticky projectile you've attached to an enemy. Statement. We've tuned flamethrower and bullet hose enhancement so that extra shots don't improperly stack. Ah, they finally did that, did they? We made sure the heavy rate legendary shield is making the most of your armor segments. It will only use up an armor segments when your melee tech is actually going to be boosted by them. Good change, good change. Good change. Although that does technically nerf missile spam on Mantra, but whatever. Good change. That's good. TD or Merv, throwing your gun now creates even more guns when reloading, with Digi-Divider enhancement or Granazerka. Faulty Detonator restores prefixes to better identify roles. That. Whatever that means. And then I'm just going to skim read these. Boss health bars have been streamlined. Wait. Harlow's skill icons like Harlow's 0 point marker will only show up while the boss is actually affected. 0 point doesn't affect bosses, it just kind of goes away immediately. Okay, photo mode improvements, cool. Cash will hide his cards, interesting. No change to make photo mode activate immediately when you click the button. Split screen, if you care. The update reintroduced inventory displaying out of 16 when starting the game going straight to a vending machine. Hurrah. Improve stability and optimization. Divisioner! Bonnie and Clyde from his vile sanctum. That's a fun one. Deal with it though. That sucks. Deal with it in invulnerable. No, thank you. That sounds like ass to play. Nah. I think I know where that is. Oh, I can. Yeah, that's on the way into Sky Spanner Scratch. Right. Okay. So. Gloam still bypasses armor. Right. So we got Rafa nerfs. Vex nerfs, vehicle nerfs, cash buffs. Woo!
folks.
I'm kind of stunned at that. I'm really I'm I mean, I don't think the Dancer nerf will affect much because Dancer and Ratha is obscenely strong and it invalidates all of the class mods. I think any of your Ratha builds that use the Dancer will be fine. It is, however, confusing why they're going to do that and yet not touch things like Gloam till Gloam, which is literally crashing the game. I can go into matchmaking with a Convergence Gloam build and start crashing console players. This is why we fix recursive damage stuff, because it crashes the game. They didn't even touch... Did they mention Gamer? No, because they did the cooler class mod. So, Gamer still... I don't know. I'm confused. I don't I don't know what to say. Encoding overloaded right now, so you'll be seeing frame drops. It's because I'm compiling shaders. The way that it's written, yeah, with the AI, it's just what the fuck. Is the biggest patch for a while? Well, since the last major patch. You get a major patch every month. This is this month's major patch. And Blood for now's a 2-second cooldown. So what's the coolest change? The coolest change. Well, let me find it. The coolest change has to be with the cooler class mod. Because now you can interact with your own Jinx and Ordnance for more tricky combat setups. So now Cash's skills and gear look as good as they play. We've improved how these powers act when you're moving fast or changing tactics. I think they reset SDUs again. Mine are alive. Encoding overloaded. I'm loving these. This will happen for a little bit. Because I'm gonna guess the performance, like the stability and optimization changes, have cleared out the shader cache, so now it's gonna recompile shaders everywhere I go. So if you see frames getting laggy over the next X amount of time on stream, it's just OBS having a hard time. None of it's happening in-game to me. Check my challenges tab. Boss Fiend's at the top now. Is that...
Hey, I actually like this one.
And my vendor is... Rangefinder and Sideshow. Huge! Huge! You know, this vendor sums up the patch quite considerably. Encore is Divisioner, so we can go farm a Sideshow. Patch only average, not big. Oh, it's big! In fact, imagine you wrote an essay, and then you asked AI to, like, pad it out. To make it bigger. That's what we got! 90% words, yeah. What do you mean vehicle weapon nerf? So on Vex, vehicle weapons were like proccing Bloodletter. Now they don't.
The time wasters are here.
Oh, hang on, we gotta check Bleed the Bad. Yeah, let's...
Have a taste of what I gave Victor. I don't just end my death, I double. Do not fear death. You are barely alive as is.
Well, it hasn't put me in Windfall yet, so... They haven't actually really changed Cash at all. All of the buffs that were harming the character haven't been fixed, and all of the bugs that the character was benefiting from haven't been fixed. Like, they just haven't really changed this character at all. Yeah, it still isn't triggering Windfall at all. So I have this, press left click to attempt Windfall and spend all fortune stacks. And I have this, whenever Cash activates Burst Fire, he gains a chance to enter Windfall. Burst Fire is left click. So I, through 2 separate skills, am repeatedly attempting to enter Windfall, and it's never succeeding. And it never will succeed. That is a bug that I was wondering if it would get fixed. It appears to have not. Now, this is actually beneficial for us, for it to not work. But strange that it doesn't. This bar is going down quickly. Is it just me, or is that going down, like, really fast compared to normal? That, to me, looks like it's running out quicker. Did anything change about Nightmare Rifts? No. You can now enter them while on a vehicle. Why is no spread launcher not working metal management? You need to interrupt. So you can shoot, but it doesn't consume it to shot, but it switches back to the other mode. You need to interrupt the animation of the mode switch. So activate metal management, fire, and immediately activate it again. You can do this by holding, like, you just spam the button. Just push the button again. Just the same button, just push it again. Keep spamming metal management. Whatever you're doing to activate it, just do that again. Melee, yeah, melee will do it, but kind of pointless. Just like, if you're doing Bullet Buddy Deluxe or Instinto, just push the button again. So what I do is I start spamming Metal Management, I start spamming Instinto, I start spamming Bullet Buddy Deluxe, and then I hold the shoot button while I'm mashing. I just mash my F key. Did anything actually change with this update? No. The Desperado is still harming the player.
Send as many as you want. They are not me.
F is action skill for you? Yeah, whatever your action skill button is, whatever you're using to trigger Instinto or Bullet Buddy Deluxe, to activate Metal Management, just push that button again. What is this? Content not available. I mean, this is gonna be a flashbang, so just like, hang on, let's make it not a flashbang. Why is it tiny? That's what your link did. And I mean, about right. That sums up the update. Imager? Don't use Imager. Just like literally anything. I'm getting told to test the patch notes before being negative. What patch notes am I going to test? The hollow blue traces that aren't there? Test the fun. World events are spawning faster? That's good. Well, bloody hell, I've got two!
I'm relaying a message to the timekeeper. Die!
Henry Neville's got increased skill damage, we can test that. Oh hell yeah, get 5 extra so. Woo! I mean, the aim on changes are fine. Like, aim on walked out good. Aim on changes are good. I mean, they'll be minor, but, you know, in the right direction. The changes that Amon got, the changes that Amon got, the other characters should have also gotten. They did change the nightmare. They made the out of bounds trigger bigger, so you can't ride the sea south from the first travel session. That was the best way to spawn them. Wait. Really? So all they did with Nightmare Rifts was make them harder to farm? I mean, Wrath will be fine, Jaren. The Dancer is still, like, the best in Sword Class mod. I'm not against the Wrath nerf. I am against the Wrath nerf when Cash gets buffed and Harlow Blue gets nothing. But overall, Wrath, the Dancer nerf makes sense. Like, I don't... That's so early. Can you not even, like... Oh, there's my rift. I can't even get to that point? Oh my god. You can't even get to the south part of the map this way anymore. You liked it the way... Liked it that way? Nothing changed about the class mod, functionally. It's still, like, the best in slot class mod if you want to just talk out your stats. That's not... Like, they could have not done that change, handed you the changes to test, but not told you what they were. You wouldn't be able to notice. Okay, but arc knives, you weren't using Dancer and arc knives anyway, and if you were doing it wrong. Dancer is not the best arc knives class one. Okay, this spot seems to work. I think I need to get a fresh save in. Dixon, your screenshot. I don't know what you're trying to show. That's your backpack. That's your cell tab. Dancer was best arc knives comp 360. No, it wasn't. It was Buster. Did they just nerf this? Anti-up surviving is mad. Gloam surviving is mad. Viper, I have a temptation to edit up a Convergence Gloam build, because I don't have one set up. I'm just going into matchmaking and crashing games. And then uploading that. It's possible to get Daedal Shotgun 7 cents, right? It is. Very, very rare. It's like 1 in... Oof. I mean, getting Daedalus Shotgun feels like 1 in 40, so you're looking at like 1 in 160 rolls. Excluding all your other parts. That's very rough, by the way. I don't lean on those numbers, but that's what it... Okay, this farm still works. They fixed Rucker projectile Jeep, apparently. So, okay, they nerfed this farming method, but not this one. If they're going to attack that one, this one isn't safe from future changes. But this one seems fine. Oh, wait. We can test a change. We can test a change. Am I dumb? Am I dumb? You can now enter Nightmare Risks while riding vehicles. Am I stupid? Nightmare Rifts might just mean world bubbles. Well, you could enter world bubbles with vehicles before. Jack, are you okay today? I mean, it was a pointless change anyway, but like... Maybe there was a thing in co-op where if somebody activate... No, because it's individual. No, you can't. Jack, wait, please, you're not understanding. Please pay attention. We're testing this. You go into a bubble. You can still enter it though. You can still drive in. Try a different frame, like a different vehicle. I am using a DLC vehicle. I am using a DLC vehicle. You are correct. We should use a base game vehicle. Never mind. We got 90 degree. I'm sorry. I'm trying every angle. I don't know it's gonna work. Like, I don't know it's gonna work. Interestingly, if you are in the radius of it, it doesn't let you out. I can't leave my vehicle. I have to drive away. Nothing. We'll do one more run of this just to make sure that the reactor nerf. Reactor wasn't even a best in slot class mod. I mean, it was a great one. It rolled decoherence and gave you a couple of bonuses, but reactor wasn't even one of like the best class mods in the game, and they nerfed that one, but not anti-up. Well, go on. Yeah, it worked again. So this farm still works. If you're trying to farm Nightmare Rifts, it still works, but be careful, they're after them. No telling how long this one lasts. Which is insane that they try and stealth fix some Nightmare Rifts like farming strats without actually improving the farming of Nightmare Rifts themselves. Actually insane. But at least we still have one. No one true, but my Crow Source feels weaker. I'm just using the wrong one. Yeah, just some untrue. Maybe they did improve their health. They did say they changed the bosses around. It's still destroying all the enemies. Hey. You found 250 rifts in the last 2 weeks, looking for your last 2 shinies. They did say that it would be a good idea to increase the shiny rate of rift enemies, but I don't think they've done that. Because all they actually to just spend them again. All it did was unspec them, Twisted, so you just have to button mash for a bit. Where's that market? It's on the way to Skyspanner Cratch in the Terminus. It's in this cave. It's like in the first major room. So when you go in through here, it's like right there. Like the first major room. Is that out? Yes.
Big money! You are an embarrassment!
The health folder with him still stacks to infinity. So yeah, none of your cash builds like died. So if anybody was worried about cash builds dying, if anything, they kind of got stronger. I'm trying to think what they might have changed negatively for a build. Let's have a look at cash again. There's a lot of cash changes, but like, that's a buff, that's whatever. Okay, cool. I mean, totems disappear correctly. Mortar totems can now fire grenades in water, so that's just kind of like a fix. That's just a display fix. That reads as a buff. That's a buff. That's a buff. That's a buff. That's technically a nerf, but also it's a performance-y thing. Specking this skill did make your game, like, if you were spamming, it just kind of got a bit silly. So that one, it is a nerf for trick shot, but trick shot's also a debuff, and you only need one activation for that part. I mean, challenge no longer progresses with fire mortars, technically enough. Desperado, that's a buff, lightly. Nothing Beats Lead is a fix. You can no longer mass spam order sniper rifle pellets. That has changed. If you were doing that, I was not. Reckoning, that's a buff. From Gloam till Glow, that's a buff. From Bleed the Bad, that is a buff. So, Cash was buffed. I did say the Cash had a lot of bugs that needed fixing, but not even like the major ones. Like Sweeten the Pot. If you load back in game, Jaren, stop spamming bod, please. A bod, So Sweeten the Pot, Windfall. Cash's Color Spray card deals an extra random element. That bonus wears off after the first few activations, and the only way to bring it back is by save quitting. So that is one of the things that needs fixing that would help the player. Which they didn't do. Anti-up is still anti-up. Like, when people ask me what I think the change is going to be, I did super, like, avoidance answers. I was like, oh, who knows what Gearbox will do? Can't really make predictions, but I reckon they'll address Gloam till Gloam, the gamer class mod, maybe anti-up. I did none of those. Was the Vex you were playing with a save edit? No, that was my original Vex. Well, yeah, no, that was my original Vex. I didn't see the challenge notification, Joji, but no, that was an OG Vex. Bone shards aren't crashing the game on when you go in class. Yeah, that's because Trick Shot got an internal cooldown. For trouble kills? Oh, yeah, I don't use trouble. So that's probably organic, Judgy. I don't use trouble on that save file. That was likely organic. I think we're good to put an extra point in Sultado due to Dancer nerf. My Rafa build already has a point in Sultado. I can't really put another one in. I don't think it's worth overhauling a build. If you're on the fence, maybe. But, like, so my Generalist Gun Rafa, it specs Ore and Fiesta. I won't be changing that. I'll just take the damage hit. Because, so with Rafa, last major patch, Rafa got a huge buff with being able to apply Vitriol on every shot more easily. And then now this is a slight nerf. That buff still outweighs it. So, in the last 2 months, Rafa, even with the Dancer, is still more powerful. And the Dancer is still probably the most, like, all-encompassing, strongest class mod in the game, still. You got a reply from Gearbox. Want to see? What? 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 Okay, I think my god, Aaron. The Cash is now able to jinx and damage himself with the cooler class mod. Why would he want to jinx himself? I mean, Gearbox are known to enable some weird just stuff just so you can be creative, but I don't... That just lowers your damage and increases the amount of damage you take. What does the cooler class mod do? Whenever you deal ordnance damage to an enemy, that enemy becomes jinxed. Whenever Cash kills a jinxed enemy, he gains 20% ordnance cooldown rate. This effect stacks up to 10 times. So, what they're saying is, you can do ordnance damage yourself to jinx yourself, but in order to benefit from the cooler class mod, it calls for a kill. So unless they're saying kill yourself to get some ordnance cooldown rate, I think they just pulled a quote 116 on you, Viper. I think they just pulled a quote 116 on you. Weirdest way to buff Soul Survivor? They didn't do anything for Soul Survivor this patch. Those are old changes. Those are changes that they did when the DLC came out, but they didn't tell anybody. They're telling us now. So those are just old changes. So, okay, what else do you get if you jinx yourself? Okay, that's just jinxing enemies. You get lifesteal against yourself. You can do more crit damage against yourself. You get some cooldown rate per jinxed enemy. You're gonna get some cooldown rate. You can automatically crit yourself. Wow. I'll go great with the gamer class. Wait, hang on. Whenever Cash shoots an enemy with a gun, fire a bone shard at all other jinxed enemies. You can fire a bone shard at yourself. I'm not liking these synergy stuff, Mr. Badman. I'm gonna be honest. These jinx synergies don't look too enticing. I didn't say they were good. Valid. Valid. I'm lost. Nothing's happening on screen right now, on stream right now. That's just because I'm just staring into space. I'm just... Somebody said it earlier, it feels like a fever dream. I'm so confused. I like to look at the good side of patches like this. Like, oh, they did this, that was good, they did this, that was good. You know I do, but like... Idea. There we go, good stuff. Peace, nice, this is nice. Good stuff, this is the good part of the patch. We'll just stare at this. This is all good stuff. No sarcasm, this is all genuinely good stuff. Maybe not that one, but like... Everything else, that's all good stuff. At least A1 players are happy. I hope. Rune seems pretty mad. He was always gonna be mad. Shield boy. How you doing, Matt? Thank you for the 66 months, another month of lurking. Thank you very, very much. Whoa, character balance? Yeah, we got aim on buffs. Good ones, too. Well, small, but, like, welcome. So fast all of a sudden, I'm activating my bonuses. There's a bit of a ramp up. So I activate my action skill. I then trigger Desperado for ordnance damage. I then let my fortune stacks go back up to 10. And then I trigger all my bonuses. Crazy Little Gun got changes to its stats. They didn't mention any. Epic. It gets worse, Epic. Vex. Look. Epic. Gets worse. You see this? So Viper calls out with the Cash can interact with his own Jinx and Ordnance for more tricky combat setups. They respond, Cash is now able to Jinx and deal Ordnance damage to himself with the Cooler class mod. The Cooler class mod is a bonus on kill. I think they just told Viper to kill himself. I think they just... The Cooler class mod... I think they just told Viper to kill himself. Also, in the notes, they mention... Aim and change is like the only good part of this patch. Okay, so... Nightmare Rifts, okay. You can enter Nightmare Rifts while riding vehicles. You can't. You just kinda can't. That's a minor change, but something that we noticed. Vex got nerfed to Witchy Trigger Finger. Vehicles on Vex got nerfed. Yowlin Bay and Elemental Essence, nobody cares. Dead Ringer changes, nice. Blood is Magic changes. What number did they change Blood is Magic to? 10. It went from 8 to 10. Okay. They just reply with AI too? I don't know. Yeah, no. So they changed Crazed Earl, right. That's one projectile. Was that always one projectile? Wait, why is it 6k DPS? Did they nerf Earl? Why is that only 6k? How does it feel in combat? Now this thing was a beast before. This thing was like screwing bosses up. Like this thing would annihilate bosses. So let's test this versus a boss. What the hell this rift is down there? You know, like 30k. I don't know what mine rolled. I'm scared. What have they done? Oh, well, I mean, that works now, I guess. So, okay, it's no longer just like... a bit of a powerhouse. You actually have to play around with the ability. Where the hell did it go? Do I have Groundbreaker on? I don't have Groundbreaker on, so that is the ability of the Earl doing that. Okay. So they made it more of a gameplay loop gun. Sure, I guess. Why do I have this phantom? Still better than Soul Survivor? Maybe? If you spec Groundbreaker and you lean into it, probably yeah. Let's fire up. Let's fire up a Dancer Arthur build. Oh, look how much they ruined it. Let's use a green sniper rifle because they really killed this build. So we've taken off amp. I'm using a green rifle. I think Rafa's gonna be just fine. Dancer is a be-all, end-all class mod. So I'm not too worried about the Dancer change. It is long time coming. It was just like the timing of it in a patch where they buff cash and then nerf a bunch of other weird stuff that didn't really make any sense. However, the change itself, like, Dancer class mod is so strong, how do you even make something to compete against it? Makes sense. Okay, like, well, how do you buff Buster to be as good as Dancer? The Dancer's entire effect is your stats are just way bigger. Like, how do you do that without also just going, your stats are now just way bigger? It's not an interesting class mod. It's just so powerful, and it's still the best class mod for Rafa. Errant's back. The shock-filled power triggers when you are firing missiles. You want to see a list of things we found in the notes? Why are Vault Hunters called heroes? They do be called hero. Your hero happens to run out of health while swimming. The animation will look exactly how it's supposed to. Ah, flashbang. Have they used hero in the past? We removed the underbarrel parts from this weapon to reduce part variance. Didn't have underbarrels. Aim on good now? Yes. Aim on better now. Box never falls at the start of the right? We've modified item cards so you know exactly what your gear does at a glance. 0 changes to item cards. Anyone find the black market? Yeah, it's on the way to Sky Spanner Cratch. It's in that opening area where you've got, like, the bridge in the middle. It's like as soon as you enter the cave for Sky Spanner Cratch. Well, simply, I got Sideshow and Rangefinder, so I hope you don't get worse than me. Preventing non-melee attacks and triggering the shards. Arrow Fire. Thank you for the 71 months. Huge. You haven't played BL4 in months. Tune in, you see AI-generated notes, and apparently an AI-generated patch as well. Because half of it doesn't bloody work. Also removed underbarrel. It didn't roll underbarrels anyway. It will have done, like, before the DLC came out. That is a change to all of the Gen 2 pearls. That is a change they did as the DLC came out to try and combat part variants. They're just giving us the notes now a bit late. It's not really the making it a mistake. They're just late to it because they didn't give us a patch note for that. How's Cash? Buffed. We went through the Cash changes. On the whole, he's been buffed. The nerfs are like to Rucker projectile spamming. That's all they've done in terms of nerfs. Rucker no longer spams projectiles, and Trickshot has an internal cooldown. That's all they've done. Control F and Delt. Oh, I know where this is going. Increased damage dealt. That's proof it's not AI written. Increted. Gamer Bleed still procs itself. Yep. Increted damage dealt. We've tidied up Vex's skills to make sure only the right powers are getting boosted. Large weapons mounted on vehicles will no longer trigger the skill by mistake. I'm afraid not, Suji, no. Sorry. Like, can we mount weapons on vehicles? Vehicles already have guns on them. I assume they're referring to them. I assume they're referring to when you shoot something with a vehicle, that can no longer trigger Bloodletter, so... Epic. As a result of these not changes to cache, I want to load up a Gloam build, jump into random matchmaking, and start crashing console players' games. Does this make me a bad person? Watson Wombo and your Maurice? Ooh, very nice. A villain is not born, it is made. Just sends a message. That's exactly the idea. That's exactly the idea. This doesn't make me a bad person. I've done many other things that surely make up for being bad. Oh, thank you. Any significant changes to Rafa? Some buffs to some of his class mods and a nerf to Dancer. Dancer is still his best class mod, but the gap is smaller now. I am joking, of course. I'm not going to do that. What did they change about Dancer? Instead of plus 100, it's now plus 50. Inkling and Boomslang? Boomslang's good. Inkling's a miss. I should say 60 though. Do they? Where the hell is the boss?
Canansi speaks.
Don't fix the gamer class mod? No, now we can just kill ourselves with the cooler. Okay. I don't actually understand this statement. Cash is now able to jinx and deal ordnance damage to himself. I mean, I'm guessing he could always deal ordnance damage to himself. You don't understand 90% these patch notes because they weren't written by a human. I understand the statement. I call out Gearbox for using AI and it told me to kill myself. I get it.
Mind relaying a message to the timekeeper. Die!
Philanthropo 2-second cooldown. Esgrim roll buff to 30% crit chance. 2 out of 1 or is now 4 seconds. That's very nice. Buster is now 40% chance to not consume a charge. Shot market Pelgos now work on direct hits. That's all good stuff. Well, yeah, that's all good stuff. Cash is still overall as strong as he was beforehand. Stronger. The only thing they nerfed with Cash is Rucker projectile spamming.
I always make time for the little.
Honestly, you're generally pleased. For the rougher changes, I think overall are positive. The aim on changes are positive. The Harlow ones are too. Albeit puzzling. Why can he not? You can't. Crossfire doesn't target the impartial observers. That's really funny. The Divisioner. Divisioner. I've just been robbed of 100 Iridium. The Vex ones aren't bad. No. Witchy Triggerfinger nerf is a shame, but no. They are impartial after all, yeah. Oh, yeah, the reactor nerf. I forgot about that. Yeah, that's a puzzling one. I don't know why they nerfed reactor. Did they change Bleed the Bad on Cash? They said they did, but I'm not really noticing a difference in gameplay. So Cash. Bleed the Bad. All it is, Crossfire's Burst Fire is activated by Windfall. But the thing is, is Bleed the Bad can't trigger Windfall. Okay, okay. Bleed the Bad now triggers Burst Fire upon entering Windfall. This isn't stated on the card. But Bleed the Bad triggers Windfall when you activate Burst Fire. So if you're using Bleed the Bad to trigger Windfall, how are you going to trigger Windfall to trigger... I don't... This doesn't make sense. Does anyone understand what I mean? That doesn't reset your action skill anymore. It does. It does. Yeah, Bleed the Bad. Crossfire's Burst Fire is activated by Windfall. But whenever you activate Burst Fire, you gain a chance to enter Windfall. Now, Burst Fire is just clicking. I don't understand. Did caps get introduced on the... Okay, Jim. I'm gonna hit you with the big long list of cash nerfs. Right, starting from the top. Trick Shot. Internal cooldown to help with performance. Makes sense. Bit of a shame, but makes sense. Nothing Beats Lead will now no longer infinitely produce projectiles for the Rucker specifically. End of list.
I have more if you would like.
But it's okay. They've nerfed Witchy Trigger Finger, the Reactor class mod, and the Dancer class mod, as well as vehicles on Vex. Which would be better? Hero the Bullet enhancement for a gun crit rifle build, fire rate, damage crit rolls, or gun damage and accuracy roll, can't decide. I'd go with fire rate and crit. Ooh, Actually, you could go with either there. If your gun will benefit from fire rate, you could go with that one. But actually, I'm starting to lean more towards gun damage and accuracy. Depends on how accurate your gun is. If you feel like your gun could benefit from accuracy, not that you particularly need it, but if it could benefit from accuracy, maybe go with that one. That's actually quite close. I assume you've got infinite ammo. If you don't have infinite ammo, then the gun damage one, definitely. If you do have infinite damage, you can go with either. Well, they didn't, Envoy. It technically increased the gap. Because... Well, the thing is, Suji, is there's a lot of changes people are after with this game. Patch notes are equally important in either game because people play the game to have fun, and patch notes are supposedly there to bring fun by fixing bugs, buffing things that are weaker, you know, that kind of thing. That's what Patch notes are equally important to PvP games and PvE games.
Jealous? Do not blame
You take a game like Borderlands, which has got, you know, hundreds of skills and items and interactions that are all really cool in their design, but half of them aren't working properly. You're waiting on patch notes to fix and change them around and shake up metas and stuff. There's so much going on in a game like this that, yeah. Maurice Fender's there. So you just go to Heritage Opus, you drive down, around, and in. Well, I'm guessing they've just removed the healing gem. The only thing I can think of. Do I think any of these changes will change any builds? If you're relying on Rucker on cash, then, well, pick a different gun. No, I don't think they would. Unless your build is really leaning around Crazed Earl, I don't think any of the changes today will, like, change your build. My vehicle bleed build is ruined. Yeah, no, I don't think anything is overly changing. Even like some of the nerfs, like to Dancer and Witchy Triggerfinger, nothing's actually going to change there. If you were doing a Dancer gun build before, you're still doing a Dancer gun build now. You're using Witchy Triggerfinger before, you're still using Witchy Triggerfinger now. Patch notes are new and exciting ways to use AI to elevate your game. Yeah, nothing's really going to change on the Vex build. You've lost 45% gun damage if you were using Witchy Triggerfinger, which I don't always do. Like today I was using Trouble. Jim stole your joke? Oh no, it's word for word as well. Oh no, he capitalized the V. And typoed build. So yours is better. Yours has got less typos. If my hunt strat was abusing the blood of flamethrower grits, you'll need a new strat. Real and true. That was yeah. Fireworks. So yeah, you can see Bleed the Bad, we're still being able to just infinitely replenish our action skill. I do feel like my action skill is draining faster, but maybe I'm smoking. And did this, yep. Activating a blue tunnel while on cash refunds your action skill still. Buster Trouble. The Trouble Bus will be nothing game-breaking, but if you were using Trouble before, it's now a bit nicer to use now. I don't think it's going to be overhauling and just really make you use Trouble, but it is nicer if you already were using Trouble. Three points into Centro, do you reckon? Yes. Yes, I do. Oh, they did more than that, Jim. They did more than that to the Crazed Earl. Oof. Maybe you want to sit down for this one. Out! Indifferent observers! Underbarrel thing, would it really matter? Nope. The Crazed Earl, unmentioned in the patch notes, has had all of its stats reduced. I don't know what my DPS was before the patch, but now my card DPS on my level 60 Crazed Earl is 6,000. Now, I'm talking about the stat changes specifically, Jack. I know Crazed Earl was in the notes. I'm talking about the actual important changes. Like, removing underbarrels did not happen this patch. That happened last patch. Did a cash get nerfed? No, unless you were using the Rucker. Game good, game bad, game still the same. So they mentioned something about Desperado not doing damage to your shields, or Desperado not stopping your shields from regenerating, but it still just kind of one-shots you. It still does, Jim. It still does.
I will make this quick.
Game same, company less trustworthy. Company telling you to kill yourself is really funny. I'm sorry, but that's just hilarious. Oh, please stop! Oh, is that my shiny? Oh, one thing they did attempt to do is they attempted to fix the efficient farms of Nightmare Rifts. They removed one of them. The second one is still there in the game, but they removed the first. So they're going after Nightmare Rifts farming without buffing Nightmare Rifts. What are the big encore drops this week? Sideshow. That was not my shiny either. Sideshow, Inkling, and what? Shield Boy? I'd be alright if a person told me to kill myself, but a robot telling me to? Not a fan of that. Hey man, at least you can say a big games company told you to kill yourself. That's like a two truths and a lie right there. Worm still passes? Yeah. They didn't change. Can I stop this damn Desperado grenade?
Control me? Many have tried. Send more my way. I am hot.
Every round. I'm gonna run out of money. So did they shadow nerf the Pearl? They did. Let me load it up. I'll grab a screenshot of this. $6,099 damage, 1 pellet, 2.3 fire rate. Actually, Streamer, you won't run out of money. Yeah, but what if my dying leaves me at precise the amount of money that the big encore costs? I spend the big encore, die in it, so I don't get anything, and then I've got no money. Right, I'm doing a Twitter. You think Kraus Source got a DPS down? I don't think it did. Unless it's practical and not card, like on the card. Mine is how I left it. I've got some god rolls on this character. Remove the extra pickle. I mean, that one was written by a human. $93k for Eigenburst, I think is correct. Yeah, Crowsource looks unchanged. That's still insane DPS. That's 50 million damage right there. Like, how am I charging at so fast? I have gunfire rate on my enhancement, which is helping, and it's just got a high fire rate roll. Fire rate is also charge speed. So, like, this one's a 9.9, this one's a 10.5, which I believe is max, and this one's an 8.2. So if I equip this one, it's noticeably slower. Here's what feels weaker. So I did Sniper Alpha earlier. Let's do a gun-based Rafa. Butter. Is Wheel Forward improvement to 3? In a base game initial playthrough, it is very nice, it's fun to explore the world and do the activities and whatnot. After that, it falls off a bit. And Bale 3 is where that's where it picks up. After you do the playthrough, that's where you get all like your takedowns, your arenas and stuff, the DLCs, which are very good. That is where Bale 3 is at its best. So Nightmare's better or worse? Well, they're after the they're trying to fix the efficient farms that we've got going on. That I do not like at all. The actual rest themselves, I prefer. They've buffed the bosses a bit, which I welcome. The bosses now feel a little bit more like bosses. They kind of do stuff. Other than that, the changes to Nightmare Rifts are basically nothing. I don't think my game's liking this. My game did not like that at all. Yeah, in the next 2 months, we're gonna get a raid boss and a takedown. If the content is good, like, balance changes and, you know, stuff like this, that can be corrected later on. So if the content of the next 2 months is good, the game will be fine. It's just that a day like today doesn't really fill you with a lot of confidence. Make the rest fun to farm, then get rid of the lame farm. Don't do it the other way around. Exactly. When Ready Cash feels just as strong as before, that's because they didn't change anything. Does Rafa feel weaker to you? I mean, like, if I squint, but... like, nothing. Like, I genuinely... if you didn't tell me that they nerfed the Dancer, I wouldn't really notice it in gameplay. It's one of those changes. Rafa's one of so Dancer's one of those class mods where you can nerf Dancer and it's still the best in SOC class mod, and in no situation where if you were using the Dancer before, would you stop using the Dancer? Like, that's the thing. You're using the Dancer, you change it, you're still going to use the Dancer. Has something changed with the pearls? They changed... They nerfed... Crazed Earl, and they buffed Hand Cannon. Are you not filtered the room with love for AI and corporations? No, not really. Not saying Zane had a class mod like that. Sort of, yes. So Zane had the Seeing Dead, which was a very easy class mod to play with, but it wasn't peak Zane. So the Dancer, comparatively, is far stronger than Seeing Dead was. Seeing Dead was outclassed by several other class mods.
I win.
What is happening? I broke the game. Executor wasn't as strong as launch? No, but a antifreeze was. When Seeing Dead came out, antifreeze was, like, still the fastest way to play Zane. And that's when Seeing Dead came out. That's before you even got Purple Tree. Antifreeze came later, antifreeze came earlier. Antifreeze came 3 weeks earlier. So, should I be glad you weren't part of the launch bandwagon? I mean... to me, the overall playing experience, as ridiculous as this patch is, hasn't really changed much. I mean, the game runs better. You're always... the longer you wait, the more content you're gonna have when you get here, but that's gonna be true for, like, most games nowadays. I'm glad that I played on launch, because it's meant that I've been able to play this game for the last 8 months, and I've enjoyed playing this game for the last 8 months, and I'm going to continue enjoying to play this game for the next 8 months. Just depends on the person. And Freeze of M4, wasn't it? Yes. Legally distinct Idolater Soul. But it's Idolater Thol. It's different.
Do not fear death. You are better alive as he is.
Seeing Dead only stayed relevant because it was the only way to keep his skills. Not true, but... the Seeing Dead... What's happening? Why is my game doing this? I need to restart my game. Have I got a memory leak? Far worse at launch. I mean, it was, but they fixed most of it pretty quickly, and then they did another big wave in December. I mean, I personally have not had too many performance issues in this game at all, even on launch. So everyone's just gonna have a different experience with that one.
You can't
Using a dictator, bro. Monarch. I'm really feeling the smooth health bars. These health bars are feeling very smooth. First time I've ever had this. I've got a lot open on my computer. Let me just quickly clean up. You use an almost 10-year-old GPU and you always contemplate on starting up the game. I mean, that's on you, but... Wotan was fully unique? Yes. Well, yeah. Wotan was like a beefed up version of a Kraken, but Kraken was introduced in the same content anyway, so like, that doesn't really count.
250 flips, and I might spare you. Extra bang for my foot. Every round is a gamble. Do not fear death. You are barely alive as he is. Watch where you step.
I'm gonna restart my game. Other takedown counts too, being fair. The Guardians and the other takedowns were Guardians, but there was very much new types of Guardians. Like, Scourge and Anathema were very unique in terms of the lineup of Guardians. The complaint that people have with Thol and whatever the other guy's name is, Subjugator, is that it's a Warden and Sol.
Gearbox.
Fucking Thol. Thol. Someone in the office just had a swollen tongue for a day. They made fun of him and decided to name a boss after it. Just one of those, like, office memes. I'll never let that person live it down. Oh, like soul, spelled with a lisp.
Shush.
Much smoother. Yeah, I think I was memory leaking. I'm leaking! I don't mind if the boss looks similar, but the movesets and animations are what matters. Yeah, I'm the same. It'd be nice if they had a bit of a more unique model. Like the Guardians from Guardian Takedown. They were Guardians still, but they were newish. These guys do just kind of like the guy's face. The subject guy's face is, of course, new and, like, cool, but he's still very much just, like, wooden. April raid boss to May 28th raid boss Lamau. I mean, given the state of today's patch, would you have really wanted the raid boss to release today? We'd have got the AI raid boss.
Always keep bugging. Hope the timekeeper kept your warranty. I always make time for the little things.
What has frustrated me about the patch? Where to start? The notes look like they're written by AI. None of the, like, performance stuff that was happening on Cash, like I suppose Trick Shot was tweaked, but Gloam to Gloam was remained unchanged. Anti-up remained unchanged. Nothing misled mostly remained unchanged. Like, Cash wasn't really, like, fixed or nerfed in any way that we'd have expected. Sweeten the Pot wasn't fixed. A lot of other things weren't fixed. But meanwhile, we're getting nerfs to Harlow reactor class mods. We're getting nerfs to Richie Triggerfinger. Buffs to Generator class mod for Green Tree Harlow, but nothing for Blue Tree Harlow. We're getting tweaks to Nightmare Rifts that didn't do anything. We're getting tweaks to the spawning of Nightmare Rifts that make it harder to farm them, with no actual other improvements to them, apart from buffing the boss, which is nice. And then they're stealth nerfing Pearlescence. The patch notes are filled with saying stuff, hey, we're gonna do this stuff, and then following with a bunch of patch notes that have zero relation to the thing that they just said that they were gonna do. Well, they changed the farming Nightmare Rifts. So there's a trick. Now, this is a bit of a trick that probably shouldn't be able to do, where you can go to a certain point on the edge of the map boundary to essentially force spawn a Nightmare Rift. They changed that map boundary so you can't go there anymore. Now, there is a second one, but the fact that they've attempted to get rid of that method of farming speaks enough. And they've attempted to get rid of that method of farming without actually buffing the spawn rates and farming loop of Nightmare Rifts themselves. They've just tried to gut a shortcut. There is a second one that still works, but of course, you know, it's not really safe. But, like, Pearlescence, finding the perfect piece of loot is at the heart of the hunt of Borderlands 4. So there's a whole lot of just, like, slop. In this update, we've polished up our rarest weapons to make your favorite manufacturers make sure your favorite manufacturers are performing at their peak. We've also modified item cards so you know exactly what gear your does, exactly what your gear does at a glance. This, nothing in here relates to this line. In terms of this, we've polished up our rarest weapon. Oh shit, you can't see. So yeah, we've also modified items so you know exactly what it does. Nothing of this relates to this at all. And then here, in this update, we've polished up our rarest weapons to make sure your favorite manufacturers are popping at the peak. That is a very roundabout AI way of saying we've reduced the amount of parts that they roll. They did that last month. So, okay, it didn't get a patch note, now it has. Fair enough. Late to the party, but at least they're telling us that that's something that they did. But it's weird when you say we removed underbarrel parts from this weapon, but anyone who plays this DLC and farms the Crazed Earl would have never have thought that the Crazed Earl rolls underbarrels. So this patch note is very confusing for that player, because it's never dropped with underbarrel parts. That is a change that they did before the DLC came out. Same thing with Pro-sourced. We've removed magazine types that didn't feel quite right, such as Ripper and COV. In-game, the Crow-source never rolled with COV and Ripper. It never did. And Soul Survivor has a much better chance of featuring an Atlas underbarrel attachment. Do you want to know what happens if you get a Soul Survivor without an Atlas underbarrel attachment? You can still swap firing modes, your character interacts with an invisible part, and you get a secondary firing mode that either doesn't shoot at all, or shoots without sound. Clearly not working. And this is just one part of this. This, like, saying that they're doing things and they're not doing any of what they've just said that they're gonna do, is the entire patch notes. Everything has it. It's just so weird. I always thought they dropped the boss today just by skimming through the post. No, there's no raid boss in the DLC today. It's a few nerfs, that's it. A few nerfs, a few buffs. With the cooler class mod, Cash can interact with his own jinx and ordnance damage for more tricky combat setups. This tree is all about totems and debuff. We've improved how these powers act when you're moving fast or changing tactics. Class mods: Elementalist, Increted Damage Delp, Typos are a bit more of a silly thing. I don't actually care about typos, but it is funny whilst being bundled in with everything else. Black market location? Yeah. It's on the entrance to Sky Spanner Cratch. It's down here. So you go through the main entrance and it's right on your right in the first big room. Yeah, Gloam Bypass still happens, Gloam spam still happens with bonus elements and all that. Gamer still infinitely loops. Forza Horizon 6 is still releasing in, 3 or 4 weeks. Use a fam crossfire burst and stay in action skill. Yeah, you can stay in your action skill forever still. some reason, Shock Market procs off of Per My Last.
Send as many as you want. They are not.
See, look, I just click and it refills. Do it again, refills. Do it again, refills. So they didn't fix either Bleed the Bad or Hell Followed With Him from being actually capable of entering Windfall for you. Neither of these skills do that yet, so they haven't fixed that. If you go through a blue tunnel with an active crossfire, you get it back immediately. Other action skills, at least on other characters, don't do that. That still happens. Which is honestly good. Like, that should just be default. We've got some smoothed health bar experiences.
Extra bang for my buck.
Is it still the best class mod? Yes. Yes. Dance. If you used Dancer before, still use Dancer now. Overdriver? Nah. Overdriver does need a buff. That is one class mod that does need a buff. If they made the Overdriver damage boost the same as the Mercurius and have it just be on-shot molt, that'd be nice. But it's so.
You can never control fear. So, you are on top.
Answer, it's not even close. It's closer, but it's still going to be the play. Bigger changes on the 28th. See, that seems off to me. I mean, yes, in time for the raid boss, absolutely agreed. But like, it'd be nice to have a bit of a window to make cash builds ready for the raid boss that we know are going to work for the raid boss, instead of doing it on the same patch and needing to scramble and make and tweak builds on the day. Like, if you want to change stuff in anticipation for the raid boss, do it beforehand so people have actual time to adjust their loadouts. At least they fixed the health bar thing. I don't think they did, because I'm still experiencing health bar bugs, so I'm not sure what they've done with health bars. You say that they're going to make build changing changes? They nerf everything. Literally everything. Every gun, every skill, every item, just everything just gets like a 50% nerf. I wasn't expecting to be a lot in this patch, but
Canansi speaks.
I think the way the notes are written really did not help.
You are barely alive as he is.
Well, they nerf? I assume you're referring to Cash. Trick Shot now is an internal cooldown to help reduce the performance issues, and Nothing Beats Lead no longer spams infinite projectiles with Rucker. End of list. But Witchy Trigger Finger on Vex got nerfed, Bleed on Vehicles got nerfed, The Dancer got a slight nerf, Reactor on Harlow got nerfed. I think that's everything. Buffs everywhere else. Who uses Reactor? I mean, it's a good class mod, but it wasn't her best in slot. So it is a confusing change. Like, a +5 decoherence physicist was mathematically stronger in gameplay than a +5 decoherence reactor. So, why nerf Reactor? Noel said that putting those together was a ride. A ride to ChatGPT. They didn't even call the characters Vault Hunters. Oh yeah, Viper was told to kill himself by the Gearbox official account. That was funny. Did they? No, they didn't. Unless you were using the guns on a vehicle to kill an enemy, your Vex Bleed build was untouched. What'd he say? Viper just called Gearbox out for using AI, and then Gearbox kind of just reiterated one of the examples that Viper used. The example is that Cash can now jinx and damage themselves with ordnance damage when using the Cooler class mod. Note that the Cooler class mod provides you a bonus when you kill a jinxed enemy. So by iterating that Cash can now jinx himself for the purposes of the Cooler class mod, which only does something if you kill something. Say, hey, have you considered jinxing and killing yourself for an ordnance cooldown rate bonus? Were the vehicles OP on Vex or something? No. Have you seen those videos where it's like reran Skyrim through a translator 40 times? That's how the patch notes are reading. I think there'll be another level cap in the future. I do think there will be.
You can never control chaos.
Yeah, nothing serious with it. It's just kind of funny.
I can see right through you.
Official can actually got mad at him? No. It honestly looks like just like an AI generated reply. It's really funny.
Extra bang for my buck.
It wasn't a genuine crash out or anything. Don't receive that one the wrong way. You did the update and can't even open the game. Somebody mentioned that one earlier. I'm not sure if they fixed it. It's just funny. It is just funny. It's just like you call them out on AI and they just like highlight that bit. I'll show you the tweet. It's nothing insane. It's like, were these patch notes made by AI? With the cooler class mod, Cash can interact with his own Jinx and Ordnance damage for more tricky combat setups. What does this mean? What's the change? There's a bunch of talk and tactics but in this. What does it mean? Gearbox responds. Cash is now able to Jinx and deal Ordnance damage to himself with the cooler class mod. Context. The cooler class mod only does something if you kill the Jinxed enemy. So I guess Cash is able to Jinx himself now? There is no benefit to this.
You want me to lighten up? Permanent speed force coming up.
Installed everything? Bloody hell, you got quick internet.
Should have watched your hands.
Hey, my shiny. Yay. My record is 24. What's mine? No! Ah, fuck. I am one shiny away. Sideshow juggling is the real endgame activity. Yes. So this is what I meant if you roll the secondary part. You can see how I'm just like interacting with an invisible part. Boom slang with Big Rocket worth it? Nah. Not beyond the stats of the gun. The Big Rocket itself is whatever. Big Rocket is better on Vlad snipers. I'm curious, does this do damage? It does, okay.
A new record.
It's Axmal! Axmal is fucking dead! One base game shiny to go. If I'm about getting a new phone, turning all the damn AI things off. Ugh, horrible. AI is a blight. What guns does this guy drop? It's laser cutter and the grenade, the knife, right? It doesn't actually drop anything.
I have your favorite. Big money, big money. Just rub some dirt on it.
Let's get out something there. I'm not sure I'd call the grenade great, but the assault rifle's cool. No switch baked into the purchase. It'll happen eventually. Oh yeah. Have you seen what Ford have patented with their cars? They put through a bunch of patents with like cameras in their fleet vehicles that scan your face and run it through AI to determine if you're like fit to drive or not, and they'll shut the car down if it thinks you're not. As well as running it through police databases and shit. Oh, fucking insane shit.
Bullet beats blood.
Now, of course, it's a patent. They've done a handful. Patents don't mean, hey, we're going to do this thing. We're just kind of locking it away from other people. But that is a thing that they obviously have decided is monetizable. Maybe they're doing it for the greater good. Maybe they're patenting the tech, stopping other companies from using it and then just not using it themselves. You know, maybe. Definitely not, but maybe. Digital ID. I mean, it'll be the same thing, though, so. Same things. General thoughts on the patch. There are good changes in it. Like the bust to the characters, especially Amon. But everything else is just baffling, puzzling, AI patch notes that are an aneurysm to read. Ugh.
Canansi speak.
There isn't even a whole lot of changes in there. Yeah, if it wasn't for the AI notes, it'd be just like, hey, it's a nothing burger patch, let's move on. It sure looked like there was a lot. Yeah, it's because they ran it through an AI and told it to generate extra volume like it's doing a, you know, middle school essay. There's a whole lot of words saying a whole lot of nothing.
at Cairo shaking.
Smoothed health bar experience. Did they butcher our cash? They butchered our brains. Not the only thing that was butchered. Cash is basically unchanged. Trick shot has an internal cooldown, and Rucker projectiles no longer duplicate. That's literally it. Gloam still max procs damage on bonus elements. Gloam still bypasses immunity phases. Anti-up still gives you 4-digit soup. But also, they didn't fix a lot of other noticeable bugs, like Sweeten the Pot falling off and stopping working after a few activations. Stuff like that they just didn't address. Hell Forward with him and Bleed the Bad is still unable to get you into Windfall, when both of them should be able to do so individually. They didn't actually really fix the big things. Now your fire mortars can trigger it underwater. That's the kind of stuff we got on Cash. Mortars can now shoot while they're underwater. 6! It's not my birthday. All I got today was AI patch notes and bills for my car. That's all I got today. The fire pot work when it hits water though. No. Mortars can. What car bills? Basically the cable is in the window is snapped, so they have to order a genuine part from Peugeot. So that's gonna set me back 500 quid. Smooth health bar experience. Just duct tape it? Well, that's what's happened, but you know, it is kind of summer. I do kind of need a working passenger door. I do not have right now. I cannot use the door. Yo, Desk, thank you for the 30 bits. Does the window still roll down? No, that's what's broken. He'll die any second now. There we go.
That is what I get for going easy on.
Is it actually my birthday, people trolling? Who knows? Apparently I don't. Take the door off and remove the glass? It's raining this weekend! How's Amon looking? Amon got a bunch of minor buffs. Like, just good shit, all around. Amon just got, like, numbers go up. Nothing super game-changing, but just... like, 10 different skills all getting minor buffs. Across all of his skill trees. Deathlad, I didn't mention all the other issues. I just mentioned the one that was being fixed today. I do have a pending £1,000 charge on it that I am avoiding. Because that one is less urgent. Is this Borderlands 4? It is. Rough changes are a nice start. They are. Neutralizes the, like, equalizes the class mods a little bit.
Extra bang for my buck.
And for what it's worth, it is not my birthday. Thank you, though. Alright, Annabelle, have a good one. Grenade hided setups were better. You could see more Flange Pro usage for non-TDO grenade setup.
Send more my way. I am hot.
What's the last phosphine I need? Chuck.
What's this?
From Fractus. Fractus is currently the only boss who has not been Big Encore in base game. Oh, Splash Zone as well. But Splash Zone's the tutorial one. Fractus and Splash Zone are the only non-Big Encores. Gonna farm another 1,000 for what, Siphon or Amp? Good luck. Something we discovered the other day. Cinder Shelly has a higher chance of rolling your Siphon and Amp parts than other shields.
Big money, big money.
Has Harlow been nerfed at all at any point? They nerfed Reactor today. They kind of tweaked and overhauled Neutron Capture at a point, but of course Neutron Capture is still dumb. That's it, I think. Vagabond chance. If Cinder Shelly can roll Vagabond, it'd have a higher chance at that as well. How do we suss that one out? Guardian Angel, What's for Dinner, and some other shields, they have 27 parts that they can roll in each slot. The Cinder Shelly only has 19. Less parts, higher chance.
I put some electric shine on this one. Eat buckshot.
Drones are noticeably faster. That's good. What parts can they not roll? I haven't bothered to check. Two cats fighting on your front lawn today? Who won? Tomorrow in South London, it's going to be 27 degrees. That's spicy. What site did I use to get part info? Save editor. It's like save-editor.b or something. Yeah, save-editor.b. As in BE.
Watch the flash!
I think it's supposed to rain up here tomorrow. Got your phosphine shock from the drill site? Yeah, I didn't. Apparently. I don't think it was working when it was big encore. I think they fixed that afterwards. Can burst fire work?
Something to add to the chaos! High-powered fun!
I'm after the shiny laser cursor here. I'm just kind of wrapping up all my DLC shinies. New cash build looks inside Glowing Blade. I mean, as far as we can say, working as intended. If they didn't change them. Are you using Gloam now? No. The damage spikes are just because I'm hitting damage instance cap. It's not an actual damage spike. It's just the game cannot keep up with the amount of damage instances that I'm dealing.
Nancy speaks!
So right now, no damage is being dealt, and then suddenly, all the damage. Just because I'm overloading the game.
Just like so! Scatter to pieces! in hand. Shotguns never bluff.
Can I explain the term power creep in Borderlands context? Yes, so as the game's life cycle goes on, and patches come out and DLC comes out, instead of trying to, like, nerf stuff, they instead buff everything up to a high power level. But then, all the characters are really strong and the game's easy, so then they're like, okay, let's increase the difficulty of the enemies. And now, the things that were on the weaker side are feeling a bit weaker again, so they buff those up. Now the game's easy, so they buff the enemies, and then they buff the players, and they buff the enemies, and then they buff the players. And then you end up at a stage where the things that were missed now just feel hopeless and useless. And as you're making a character, you feel hopeless and useless until you get one of the few things that were buffed. And then it's just kind of jank and awkward. What vile bounties you're having to do. Hey, you're nearly there, though. Only 3 levels. Shouldn't they thought of that when making a skill that turns reload speed into fire rate? So hitting damage instant scap is something all the characters can do. Especially like Amon or Rafa. I think they should have thought of that when making a game engine that can get overloaded as easily as this one does, and then giving multiple characters a whole bunch of fire rate increases. Well, I think it's just item to item, Jack. I don't think you can do a sweeping statement in either direction. I don't think everything should get buffed up to, you know, a high level, and I don't think everything should get nerfed down to a low level. Like, okay, let's pick the bottom of the floor. Should everything in this game be reduced to the level of the roach? No. That's silly. That would take a lot of effort. Buff the roach. Say how awesome KSVB is. Nice. Glad you're enjoying it. Buff Roach, nerf Spud Launcher, Wombo combo feels great. Like, Wombo combo, I think, is a great example of a baseline. Great, easy pickup weapon that's good on any loadout, can have certain situations where it just becomes an absolute powerhouse if you build around it specifically. Wombo is just great. Off the sideshow? Yeah. Shared specializations? I do not want that at all. I would prefer if they improved the XP grind and gave us more XP for doing things, like challenges and world activities, because that would give us both more specialization XP and a smoother playthrough. And you'd actually get rewarded for doing shit. I want to get rewarded for getting 1,500 slide kills.
Not taking that one off. drown if I were you. Just what I was looking for. Shotguns never bluff.
What would I say the weapons are in need of buff the most right now? Musky Friend, Forsaken Chaos, Roach, Reminisce, Sideshow, Kaleidosplode, Noisy Cricket, Songbird, Zipper, Budget Deity, Hair Trigger, Cold Shoulder, Lumberjack, Onslaught, Rangefinder, Potato Thrower, Kickballer, Phantom Flame, Symmetry, Egg on Stream, Arctan, Ashes Rise, Mechrity, and then maybe some of these as well. I think if these guns were buffed to be like this level, I'm happy. Like Laser Cutter, Lucian's, GMR, Fisheye, Chaosun, these all feel great. These guns are great. I like these guns. They're not too strong, but they're still usable and a lot of fun. Like Fleabag's insane, Hellwalker's nuts, Tank Buster's great. Those are just kind of like mine. Rip Rafa. If your Rafa build died, I don't know what to tell you. I wasn't going to criticize, thought Aegon's Dream, Aegon Sandwich was bad. It's outclassed by a group of cracks. When your legendary is outclassed by purples. And the purples are massively outclassed by Whiskey Foxtrot. Not good. Yeah, okay, so hang on. Menus are slightly easier to navigate. What is it? Just the phosphine one? Because like, also this entire opening paragraph is just like, in this update, we focus on getting you into action faster with streamlined interactions and more powerful rewards. Key updates include content overhaul, major updates to Mad Ellie in the Vault of the Damned, quality of life, improved interactions for our latest Vault Hunter, Cash the Rogue, loot and UI. The pearlescent loot chase is now more streamlined. They didn't change pearls today, outside of nerfing Crazed Earl. Damage numbers are more predictable. Question mark? How would I rate the overall legendary weapon balance in this game right now? Actually quite highly. Wrong one. Where is it? There it is. Actually quite highly. I think weapon balance in this game is actually in a decent spot, because I'd say everything from Vamoose up feels okay to use. Like, yeah, okay, Lead Balloon, Core, Lucky Clover, Vamoose, they're a struggle, but they feel okay to use on a decent build. They're fine. Like, there aren't many guns that really need a buff. I mean, you can even make Symmetry, Aegons, Ashes, and Metrody do well. Like, in terms of previous Lands games, percentage-wise, it's quite a small percentage that need help, that genuinely need help. Like, obviously, buffing Hellfire to do something interesting wouldn't be unwelcome. Aching Royal's effect being something wouldn't be unwelcome. Prince Harming effect overhaul wouldn't be unwelcome. Stuff like that, I'd absolutely have, but overall, it's actually pretty good. Like, if you make a really good build, the difference between using, say, a flank, a cutter, a helix, isn't going to be that different from using, like, an oh my god, a convergence, a cyclone, that kind of thing. Like, the gap is relatively small. That's good to hear, actually. I'm getting worse performance today. Glad you're getting better ones. Better performance. What about guns that need nerfs? I wouldn't go for specific guns, but I would go for, like, stickies. Torgue stickies need fixing, because currently there is a bug that is benefiting Torgue stickies, but punishing TDO shotguns. So I would like that to be corrected, so they can be... So TDO shotguns get buffed, Torgue stickies on multi-pellet weapons get nerfed. And that would naturally bring some weapons, some overperformers down. And, like, underbarrels, spread launcher, that kind of thing. And that's kind of it. Like, yeah, Sharla is really strong. Ruby's Grasp is really strong. Stray and Roulette, Anarchy are all nuts. But obviously there's going to be strong weapons, and I don't think these weapons are so egregiously strong that they're a problem. It's okay to have strong guns. Bod, I would like to just see get course corrected. I would like to see the times 5 gun damage getting sorted. I would like to see the stickies getting sorted. And then, if it needs a bit of just a baseline buff after that, give it one. Sharla, I don't know what to do with. Sharla is a victim of licensed parts, and it benefits egregiously. I don't know how to approach Sharla. Let Sharla be Sharla, I guess. I don't know how to approach that gun. Otherwise, I think it's all fine. Scoot and Shoot is very strong and cool to use. Whiskey Foxtrots is great. Truck's insane, but it's just cool. Laserdiscer is power creep, but it's a TDO, so who cares? I think Roulette is probably the most egregious bit of power creep we've had since the game came out, but even then, it is very strong, but I think it's fine. I think weapon balance is in a decent spot this game. As Vex feel my kill skill, do I notice the change? No. A lot of the time I don't even use Witchy Trigger Finger. Witchy Trigger Finger is still the best thing to use on KSVB, but because KSVB is so versatile, you don't even need to use it to begin with, which means the change to it doesn't matter, so... Yeah. KSVB is fine. If you are using Witchy Trigger Finger, you've lost 45% so out of a previous 500. Whatever. Yeah, Sharla is ridiculously strong, but also I don't see what you could do with it outside of just stopping it from getting licensed parts, which feels kind of boring, so...
Big money, big money.
I don't think... And it's a ball like to farm, like... It's the same drop source as pearls, so like it's already a high tier weapon from a difficult activity to farm efficiently. You can limit its parts to 1. You could do that. I would definitely make it good but not ridiculous. You could do that. But of course, you've got existing Sharlas still existing, so I guess maybe something you do for the next level cap. But again, there are so many other things that need addressing before limiting the Sharla's, you know, licensed parts to one. How many ricochets it gets? No, because that defeats the purpose of the weapon. I wouldn't want to nerf the core of the weapon for something that a specific license part combo benefits from. Because the gun getting a load of ricochets is just kind of cool. It's just that when you apply torque to that, it gets silly for single target.
Canansi speaks.
Either torque or daedal swap? Yeah, that choice I think would land that weapon into a good spot.
Just like so. Scattered to pieces. You will pay for that one. The sheriff has spoken.
Are there undocumented changes that got discovered? 21k on that laser cursor. Yes, Crazed Earl got some huge stat decreases. Didn't TPS Laser Disco do splash damage? I don't remember. I always thought Laser Disco was a chucking weapon, which does splash anyway. Like, Laser Disco to me isn't a gun that you shoot. Maybe it was in Crazy Eagle. I always saw it as a throwing weapon. Crazed Earl's effect of only working on melee, changing that I totally get. Changing the stats of the gun though, I don't. Wasn't really all that overperforming. I mean, it was, because of its special effects, it was probably overperforming, but like, I'm talking 10%. If you really wanted to be finicky. It definitely didn't need what it got.
Extra bang for my buck. Another fight goes my way.
You love that this boss got Dead Space weapon as a drop? References a drop? Yeah, I mean, this whole DLC is filled with Dead Space references, isn't it? Got like a very Dead Space vibe, like when you're crawling through the ship and stuff. Does Infinite Crit Harlow have less uptime on her action skill? Why would that be the case? I don't think they changed anything regarding that. With a reactor or Fleb, you've basically got full uptime anyway, but I don't think they changed that. I mean, they changed the generator class mod, but that was a buff. Let me reread. That was a buff. Flux activating reduces less. Yeah. Activation reduces less action skill duration. And Cannon Sticky's next load a lot faster. Yeah, they said they were going to do that a while ago. Good to see that it actually went through. It's the actual class mod, right? Because they put class mods here, and then they list generator separately. Which is confusing. It is the generator class mod that got changed, right? I don't know why it's not down here. The class mod? Yeah, okay. More errors in the patch notes. But yeah, it's a buff. Skeptic was technically nerfed, but this is so irrelevant because this will still be way higher than confirmative reality. You know how fast confirmative reality brings your action skill back. That essentially is counted by the meltdown buff last patch, so works out to be the same. So the skeptic changes. So reactor nerf is bizarre. I don't know by how much. That's just puzzling. Yeah, Harlow got the least changes. Cash Bill is crazy. This action skill is just destroying a boss. What interactions get it to do this? I'm even on true mode right now. So the main thing is I activate my action skill and I activate Desperado. Desperado gives me ordnance damage on my shots, which allows me to benefit from Fragmentation Payload. Fragmentation Payload is very strong, but I don't even have it yet, so that's more damage waiting for me. This is also just really powerful, especially with Sword Off. Then I use Alchemy to get myself to 10 stacks of Fortune. Once I'm at 10 stacks of Fortune, I activate Burst Fire, which gives me huge fire rate, which is also the same button as An Hell Followed With Him, which turns my 10 Fortune stacks into 200% bonus fire damage. And that gives me a ton of fire rate, thanks to Burst Fire, and my skills, like Brimstone here. And a ton of damage, thanks to this augment, along with all my rockets. And it just does a ton of damage. Now, if at this point Windfall falls off, I can reactivate Desperado. I'll have another 10 stacks of Fortune, which I can convert into another 10 stacks of Hell Followed With Him. And that makes up for the loss of damage for not being in Windfall. Because there is a bug right now. On here it says that it will attempt to enter Windfall, and down here, activating Burst Fire, which is the same button, attempt to enter Windfall. Neither of these work. They don't let you enter Windfall. Why even Earth Reactor? It seems like a misunderstanding of the level of power of stuff. Reactor was a nice class mod to farm, but it wasn't insane. Because of the inconsistency of the buffs being active and the loss of passives, a perfect physicist with decoherence was better than a perfect reactor with decoherence. But it seemed that Gearbox didn't understand that. So now reactor's just kind of like pointless. It's like it's a decoherence class mod, but just get a physicist if you want decoherence. Or if you just want an easy to farm class mod with a ton of stats, farm a Trooper. Trooper gives you 50% gun damage, 50% action skill damage, which applies to Nuclear Winter, and it can roll with both Refraction and Meltdown. 2 awesome skills. So just farm a Trooper. So, yeah, nerfing Reactor was a very puzzling one. And Halved? That's insane. Halved? Why would they gut Reactor? Reactor got a bigger nerf than bloody... Well, I mean, technically the same nerf as Dancer, but at least Dancer is still the best in slot. Reactor never was the best in slot, and now it's just even worse. So I'm throwing the grenade there to stack my fortune stacks quickly. I don't need to do that. The guns will do it themselves, just a little bit slower. Dancer nerfed? Yeah, from 100% to 50%. Any build that used a Dancer will still use a Dancer. So, unless you're in like an insanely niche situation with like grenades and stuff. W patched. Hey, Chrome. Hey, shiny. Just looks like Vlad off AR with shiny skin. They all look the same. Holy tiny mag. What the hell? 40 mag on this thing? I didn't know it rolled that low. Sorry, W patch. No. What you need to do, Chrome, is you need to ask AI to generate you a paragraph long statement on why the patch today was really good. Because then that would be more in line with the patch today. Oh, it feels really balanced and prioritized. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Like, for example, buffing generator class mod today. Why are we buffing generator class mod when for green tree when blue tree is there starving? Why is my Soul Survivor so long? This one! Oh, this is funny. So, this is what happens when a Soul Survivor rolls with a Hyperion grip. You can see it at the back here. So this was rolled with a Hyperion grip and a COV. Now, what this has resulted in is it'd be easier if I show you. So what this has resulted in, the Soul Survivor, some parts, okay. So it's rolled COV mag. It always rolls COV. Then, what's happened is it's rolled the Hyperion grip. Now, it hits the limit. 2 license parts. So it's supposed to roll Atlas Underbarrel, but it can't. So it attempts to roll Atlas Underbarrel, it can't, rolls the rest. So now we've got a really long Soul Survivor with a Hyperion grip, and a firing mode swap because it's supposed to be Atlas Underbarrel that doesn't do anything. It just gives you a broken firing mode. How tall is Regretti? I think it was life-sized. I think the original Regretti was life-sized, Rabbit. Life-size compared to what? Give me a second. Hold on. Christ, I gotta go through. Oh no, that's the picture. Do I have the original? I have pictures of Regretti, but I don't know if I've got the original full person. Like, the emote is the face, but it's of a full person. It's a full spaghetti man. Aha! Spaghetti man. that's, that's the original. Let's go watch horror movies and gore, but is somehow scared of Regretti. Well, there you go. You've got a full. That's more cursed than you thought. That's what it's from. Bit of an odd fellow. Dude, he's just living his best life. Also, the reason I had that to hand, by the way, I have my backup hard drive plugged in to my computer right now because I was trying to dig out an old picture of me, which I've apparently lost. I have every other picture on that computer apart from the one that I was looking for. Where's Earl? Wait, what does Earl drop? I mean, technically there is the shiny praised Earl, but I'm not sure I really want to put myself through that. Oh, scoot and shoot. Yeah, cool, we can farm this.
Big money! Big money! What you want?
Oh, camera.
You should have stayed down there. Phase 2! Raise your off back. Your sense of your death. Club and scrappy.
Wait. I have an idea. Oh. There's no blue tunnel. I can just keep stacking stacks.
What you want?
Does the drain get faster? It does, but it caps at 10 stacks. Oh no, me son. Yeah, they keep neglecting Halibu Tree. This is sad. So what's stopping it from being infinite? What, my action skill? Nothing.
What you want?
You can get to 1,000 stacks. You can get to 20,000% bonus element and 20,000% ordnance damage. So right now I have 160% ordnance damage and 127 times 20 bonus element. So 2,000 odd percent bonus element. Getting Horizon 6, I am.
Watch you out! Let's get blazing! Plop and scrap.
Is it fast to save quick farm Earl? If you got quick enough loads, yeah. Why does Earl not have a boss portal? Because... Free. Crazy Earl nerf is insanity. It's definitely a strange one. I'm normally a defender of nerfs, but not this one. I don't understand this one.
Watch you out! Phase 2! Plop and scrap it.
For what it's worth, Joe, Cash literally has a challenge to keep Crossfire active for 3 minutes. So, like, Gearbox obviously wanted you to do this kind of thing. Did my SDUs reset? No, but if they did and you still got the tokens, just respend them. It takes like 15 seconds. I know it's annoying, but...
Watch you out!
The main thing you have to be careful of when doing infinite crossfire is if you're holding burst fire has a short cooldown. And if you
Phase 2!
Just what I was looking for.
You're all satisfied with your death.
hold on, trying to find the words. And if you hold on burst fire too long, you won't be able to activate Bleed the Bad in time before it ends. So you can see in the bottom left hand corner of the screen the skill with the yellow border. If I hold, it doesn't appear. You can see it there without the yellow border, and then as soon as I let go, yellow border it starts cooling down. So as you get more stacks, it just becomes a game of like tapping rather than holding. Not like you need the fire rate when you get more stacks anyway. What's Borderlands 3's April patch to see what it had? Cartels, Loot the Universe, 2.0, Mo's rework, and a ton of bug fixes. Ouch.
Watch you out! Phase 2!
Not much left of you.
You're all satisfied with your death. Feel free to suck eggs. Plop and scrap it.
The Hooligan class mod. Whenever you kill an enemy, gain a stack of Hooligan. Whenever Cash deals grenade damage, consume all Hooligan stacks and deal plus 40% because you wouldn't have any stacks ever. Because for every kill that you get, you gain a stack. Whenever you deal grenade damage, not just ordnance, but grenade damage, it consumes all of your stacks. So even if it was ordnance damage, we'd gain a stack and immediately deplete it on one projectile out of, like, 8. That's not that good. You're getting a lot more damage hits than you are kills. There's drains on hits, but only stacks on kills. It's like the wrong way around. And it's on grenades, and I'm not throwing any grenades, so... But even if it was just ordnance damage, not gonna do anything. Whereas Pistolier is giving me fire rate. Is that a zipper? That is a zipper. Yeah, Hooligan's really weird. I don't understand the purpose of that class mod. It's like you get a ton of kills and then your grenade does a bit of damage. But I feel like it should be the other way around. Deal ordnance damage, gain stacks for every ordnance hit, and then when you get a kill, you get a bonus element equal to the amount of stacks that you got for like 10 seconds.
Watch you out!
You cannot hide forever.
Up to phase 2! Crazy boss fight! You're all set up! Clobbins!
Yes, Darth. Praise Earl, as this is now about a third of its previous DPS. Mine dropped from like 18k to 6k. Seems like they finally got around to fixing Vlad off Torres. Yeah, if that fix actually went through, yeah.
Shush! Watch you out!
I am going to shoot you now.
Clobbins, grab it!
You don't have the DLC. Was the nerf of Crazed Earl justified? Was it very strong? Yes. Was it outclassing pure DPS Ripper shotguns, despite having other perks? Just about. But what it got, versus what it could potentially get to fine-tune it, not at all close.
Watch you out!
Not a single justification for the level of nerfs that it got. Like, the change alone, to stop any damage from triggering the effect and making it just melee damage as written on the card, that's fine. That would have been enough.
Deep down there.
That alone would have been enough. They didn't need the stat changes.
Up to phase 2! Crazy boss fight! You're all satisfied with your Clobbins!
I just realized I'm still on true mode. And I'm here on, like, my second kill, just, like, not activating Desperado. Because Hell Follows stacks are funny. Big enough in the crossroad? I mean, yeah, it's like... So, okay. What they did with Crazed Earl versus Crossroad. Crossroad, they took a pellet away. Crazed Earl, they only left you with one pellet. No! Couldn't activate my shit in time.
Just what I was looking for.
Phase 2! Crazy boss fight! You're all satisfied with your death? Feel free to suck a sucker!
think if I get action skill duration on my class mod, nothing really happens. But it does make it easier to maintain. Completely pointless, but funny. Wasn't in the notes, but I wonder if they've changed Mixologist. I feel like I would have heard about it by now if it was. Your cash can't stay up in Crossfire anymore. I mean, it's still in the game. I'm doing it right now, so...
Satisfied with your death? Feel free to suck a sucker.
Try it, keeper.
It feels like the window is tighter to do it, but it's still very much there. Yeah, it definitely does seem to drain faster at max stacks of Bleed the Bad. It's like the full 100%. And maybe that wasn't working properly, and now it is, so it's just a bit more difficult to do, but you can definitely still do it. Is there a skill that gives you action skill duration here? We can reach? That would make it easier. Ready to roll would help. Oh, it's only while Windfall's active, never mind. Yeah, you'd have to do it through a class mod passive. Like, I'm at 10 stacks, and I can keep it right now above 60%. Just staying on it, so...
What you want?
You prefer Vile Bounties over Mixed Zafford for 5 hours? I do too, but you know what I like the most? Not XP farming at all. And I know that sounds like, yeah, but that's crazy. Would that ever happen? Happened in 3.
This lane. Oh shit! Run!
And I do think it can happen in this game. If you got a bounty's worth of XP for every tier 5 challenge you completed, and a bounty's worth of XP for every, like, silo and safe house and crawler you did, like the ones that give you 40 STU tokens, I think that alone would be enough to really take you towards level 60 before you've even done the campaign on its DLCs. Like, that would organically level you up in time. By fixing challenge XP and making world activities give you XP. And you'd end up with a situation similar to Borderlands 3, because Borderlands 3, by doing crew challenges, you got XP. Still had XP farming? It did have XP farming, but you didn't need to do it. That's the point I'm making. Yes, scrap traps existed. Scrap traps were still just as boring as Zafford and bounties. You didn't need to do it. Just by doing the campaign, the DLCs and the post-game, you would hit level 72 before you would actually have everything unlocked. So, there was no actual forced XP grind. You never needed scrap traps, but they were there if you wanted them. That's the ideal situation. BL3 nailed it. And I don't think this game is far off. I think it is achievable. It's just that Gearbox don't seem to be focused on that too much.
You cannot hide forever.
Let's get crazy.
Nothing beats the classic.
That's fair, Darth, but you got true Volunteer mode for that.
What you want?
Nerfing Dancer before Sticky Bard is mind blowing. Yeah, nerfing Dancer I'm not too surprised about. Nerfing Dancer right now, whilst not really changing cash, and BOD being in the state that BOD is in. Yeah. Wasn't about that bad or boring. Well, I mean, it didn't take very long. It was like 2 hours. Mick Zafford, you're looking at like to get to 8. To get to 72, it was about 3 hours from 50. 80 is a whole lot more. And well, level 30 to 50 on bounties takes what, like 6.
What you want?
It didn't take very long. It's the randomness of Gearbox's logic that perplexes me. I do not understand their process. You don't understand. Reactor needed nerfing. Reactor was a blight on Harlow plasma diversity. It needed halving. I don't think Chrosource was nerfed at all, Chef. It felt very much the same for me. The numbers on the card are all the same. I think Chrosource is good.
What you want?
See something new every day.
They say Chrosource was even buffed to be properly affected by splash damage increases, assuming that actually happened. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if enhancement splash damage didn't work still. But if, like, skill tree splash or whatever did, then yay. You flapped your last.
Phase 2.
Oh, is that my shiny scoot? That's my normal scoot. Where's my shiny scoot? Shiny scoot! I had 580% ordnance damage and about 10,000% bonus element. We even double dropped the scoot. That one's got Jacobs on it. Holy! No talk sticky on that one. Exhaust blast. Ew. My shiny has stickies. I have a video for Vex Bleeding? I do not. Got trucking around a vendor, stickies instead of impact? That is sad. Right. Could do hemorrhage. Brennan. Done big oil. Not done scremulous. Done steel. Oh, is it just Scremulous, Colonel Crash, and Captain Willis that I need shinies from? I mean, technically Crazed Earl. Crazed Earl could drop shiny, right? I'm pretty sure I saw somebody say that. Shiny Pearl is a mammoth task. But I did ask for it, so... I have made my bed, I shall lay in it. Crash did as well. Yeah, I just said him. Crash, Captain, and Scrumulus, and of course the Nightmare Rift guys. Which, actually, knowing that Gearbox are after Nightmare Rift spawns, I might have to start farming those again, because, well, if they got the spawns without improving the farm, then... Did they actually do anything against Bleeding? Not today. Alright, me Spawn, have a good one. Thanks for stopping by.
An actual match. About time.
Just ruined your cat build? Oh. Might just need a small tweak. Nothing today should have ruined a build. Why don't I play music on my stream? It's just a bit of a hassle. Because if I did, I'd lose ad rev, which I kinda need.
Not shaking that one off.
Also, game music, when it's like active in a fight and then calm when not in a fight, that's so much better versus like just passive music that sometimes could be really dramatic when I'm just inventory sorting, and then potentially calm if I'm in a really tense fight, and that's just a bit jarring to me.
Show me how powerful you really are. Do you have a badass anywhere?
This game has music? I mean, yeah. It was fine in Borderlands 3, less so in this game. I hate rippers and their explodingness. Guy's mechanic? Yeah, he's got a little drone. He's got Crazel? Congrats! You're about 4 hours too late.
Looking rather toasty. Nailed the ricochet.
Oh. He's exploding enemies, I swear to God.
There would not be much of you left. Bang, bang!
There has to be some behind the scenes drama for the patch to come out the way it did. Especially the notes themselves. I think somebody mentioned that Noel said that it was quite the time getting the notes. So I don't really know what that means, but maybe somebody's saying use AI and they don't want to use AI, but they have to and it creates what we got. I don't know. I don't know. Speculating is dangerous as well, so like... People are already dreading the raid boss because he looks similar to Buyer Armor. Well, they need not worry because they can just play cash.
I can see right through you.
You have to kill so many enemies in this drill site. No more 140% movement speed. What is it now? Like 100? That's a lot.
No backing down now.
It might prompt me to tweak my main Sniper Alpha state to max out Vitriol. For a bit of consistency. Move away from Soltado. Is Soldado being more valuable now? Less, because Dancer was a multiplier to it. So less is being multiplied. Whereas if you go Vitriol, Vitriol's not an overdrive skill that has not been affected.
Bad luck looks like.
So that is a level of power that has not been reduced. Whereas Soldado is a level of power that has been reduced. I mean, still both amazing. Like,
Your luck better not rub off on me. Love when the odds are against
yeah, a reskin of the design of a raid boss isn't necessarily a bad thing when it comes to the gameplay of the raid boss. It is, however, a little disappointing. But, like, I'm not going to judge the raid boss because it doesn't look very interesting. It'd be cool if it looks sick, but also that's just not, you know, a priority for me. I'd rather it play nice. You know, look boring, play nice, versus looking great but play horribly. Now, looking cool is important, but no! Why does everybody have bloody grenades that one-shot me through health gate? Random rocket health gating me on my way in. Probably won't save me at all, but I do need to get a hopscotch to help. A hopscotch might allow me to survive them. And if the one thing that's killing me stops killing me, then, well, I'm immortal!
I can see right through you.
%700 ordnance damage. Next patch, increase exploding enemies damage by 10,000%. Can't get away. There is no escape. Welder, check your SDU screen. You might need to respend your tokens. Alright, Kifstry, have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. We'll catch you next time.
A little something for everyone.
Did I test the Bloodismatic change? Do you think they fixed it? Oh, you think it's action skill damage now?
Just sparking with excitement.
Oh, that would be a nerf. Skill damage applies to action skills. Action skills do not. Action skill damage does not apply to skills. Blood is power was like a skill damage, so it could like double dip with bloodshot bleeding. So that being changed. Rat said it was unchanged. Okay. Then it's just a buff if it's unchanged. Amp on shields interact with bare arms. If you're using a mantra, you will benefit from both at the same time. I'm not really sure what else you're after. It's not gun damage, it's amp, so it doesn't feed in, if that's what you're asking. No, this is good, Raider. This is good. Action skills get skill damage. Skills do not get action skill damage. So if blood is magic remains skill damage, then your non-action skills will still get the bonus instead of just your action skills. Like this is good. Like think action skill damage and skill damage like gun damage and shotgun damage. Shotguns will get gun damage, as will all guns. But only shotguns get shotgun damage. So skill damage is preferable over action skill damage. The only case where the only time where that is not the case is if you are wanting the bonus from Daredevil. That action skill damage multiplier applies to action skill damage specifically, which is a minor thing, but a thing. But in general, you want it to be skill damage. Is this post-patch? Yes. You ever figure out the 11k Cyclone was the bad one? Yeah, I'm getting it. I got us rolled as low as like mid-9, and then as high as like 16s. So 11 is definitely on the lower end. I got up to 16 with both Ripper and Jacobs, which was insane. Yeah, this is post-patch. My action skill is draining faster, so it's harder to keep it up, but I am still able to upkeep it.
Ooh, a badass! Welcome to the pit.
But you're not the only one saying that, so I do wonder what's going on. And for boss melts, it won't matter, because you can do that in a single duration anyway. But it might mean you need a little bit of cooldown or duration for extended lowering.
Better not miss.
All builds would benefit from not skill damage. Well, all builds would benefit from skill damage, but some builds might benefit more from action skill damage. If all of your damage is action skill damage, then action skill damage would be better because it would get the Daredevil bonus on top of that. Which is a small point, but a point. That would be the only time where you'd want it to be action skill damage instead of skill damage. If 100% of your damage output is action skill. And that's just because of how Daredevil works.
An actual match. About time.
In reality, negligible difference. Skill damage is better because it applies to more.
A fine seer for that.
And obviously builds that don't do skill damage of any capacity won't really want skill damage. Like, you know, gun. But even then, Nuclear Winter and Hollow, skill damage, and action skill damage. Bloodshot and Vex, skill damage. Vitriol and Rafa, skill damage. The only one that doesn't really care, I guess, is like KSVB. Because Blood is Power is not skill damage. Berserk is skill damage. Pretty good. Does Reverb get skill damage twice? If what procced it was a skill melee, yes. Typically, you get your second instance of skill damage when Reverb procs Bloodletter. Better 16 Molten Royal? No, I've not played that character. I'm wanting them to fix shared progression, but they're just kind of not doing that. A shotgun mode Prowler.
Recoil never hurt anyone. Built for a showdown. Eat buckshot.
Welder, are you... Yeah, you talk about SDUs. Have you looked at your SDU screen? Do you have tokens to spend? Because often what will happen is a patch might reset your SDU tokens, but you keep the tokens, so you just have to respend them, and it takes like 20 seconds. Annoying, but nothing broke. Like Hardlock. So just check if you've got some tokens to spend in your SDUs. Full and active. Okay, now that is weird. Open up your... So an old fix for that is when you load in to open up your backpack and then look in a vendor. But if it's applying to ammo too, then that is cursed. Made all activities completed. Worst outcome for that change, and there's no opt-out. So I'm here desperately trying to, like, protect my fucking save files.
Tough guy, huh? Better not miss.
And they're taking their sweet time on implementing the change.
Your luck better not rub off on me. Send more my way. I am hot.
Here's a PS5 thing. I get game dev is hard, but... This is a messy patch. And Crazy will still drop Jacob's parts. Yes! Well, I would bloody hope so. They didn't specify that kind of change. The Crazed Earl should be guaranteed to drop with the Jacob's part. Can that change corrupt characters? Not corrupt them, but remove stuff to do. Like, I want to keep my activities open. I want to do them as I just kind of test builds and go around the map. And if I load them, then shared progression will kick in. It might have already kicked in, to be honest. And auto-complete everything, and I don't want that to happen. I don't want the game to beat itself. I want to beat the game. Can auto-aim target invulnerable orbs? No, you have to kind of either put it so the orbs are directly in front of you, or between you and the target that they're locked onto, so the bullets just kind of collect them on their way past. You have to kind of do it with positioning.
Watch where you step.
I was going to say Bleed the Bad's now activated by Windfall. It does say that, but Bleed the Bad's purpose is to attempt to activate Windfall, so it creates a loop. Like, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Bleed the Bad or Windfall? Bleed the Bad triggers Windfall, but Windfall triggers Bleed the Bad, so how does this work? How is this supposed to work? Unless I'm missing the patch notes. They didn't mention anything, but then again, who knows with these patch notes.
That will leave a mark.
You're reluctant to purchase cash until you start completely fresh. Not the only one.
So that is what bad luck looks like.
I mean, the lone survivor that I got and gave you, Chrome, was a terrible roll. Even for lone survivor standards. Trouble's gonna be usable? Yeah, I mean, Trouble was usable before, just not great. So this will make it so even if it's not great, it'll be even better. I think the Trouble changes, if you were already using Trouble, you'll like the changes, but I'm not sure it'll be enough to sway the opinion of somebody who didn't like using Trouble.
Always satisfied.
But, I mean, it's a positive change, regardless, which is a good thing. 926 stacks of what? 971 stacks? That is of Hell followed with him. For every single stack that I have 20% bonus fire damage. So at 978 stacks, I have just shy of 20,000% bonus element. I also have 246 stacks of 20% ordnance damage,
That will leave a mark.
for a total of 4,960 ordnance damage. Do you think Embracer Group fucked with the production of this game? It definitely didn't help, because that all happened during the production cycle of this game. So it definitely didn't help all of that. But In terms of actual reasons, it's all speculative. You know, for this game's current state. Is the build True VH6 viable? You are currently watching True VH6 gameplay. Can you play the game third person now? No, just this particular action skill is third person. I'm not even aiming it myself. It's auto-aim.
Oh, things are getting wild!
Hash skill card descriptions are terrible. They're super vague. I think they changed like 2 cards as well. And it needed a hell of a lot more. Bill, please. Exclamation point cash. Is that a PC thing, the way I'm flying on the map? This boost? Yeah, that is a certain button combo that you can't really do on controller. If you're playing on console, the best you can kind of do is this. Which doesn't look nearly as impressive in third person as it does in first. Shoot when I've got the ball between us. Common enhancement. Enhancement doesn't matter, that's why I don't mention it. And I'm pretty sure I do mention class mod. If I didn't, I apologize. It's a pistolier. You want one with as many points into brimstone as you can, with remainder points into a blur of fingers and brass. So as many points into those 2 skills as you can. For the class mod. I'm liking third-person crossfire. The fact that I can't aim it myself, it's not very interactive. Your little rain dance at the start of a boss fight is like the best you've got. But you can kind of play this action skill with your eyes closed. Passives, skill crit chance, action skill duration, on damage, action skill damage, movement speed.
Nothing beats neglect.
Any of that stuff, really. I mean, my passives were obviously not very good. I've got movement speed, shield capacity, and elemental damage. And considering this is already lock-on, I don't think left-click should have been lock-on too. Left-click should have been actually manually aiming the thing. Left-click, right-click, left trigger. Like, we've got 2 lock-on, like, passive lock-on, and then you've got a button to lock on more. Why do we have that? The actions still benefit from pistol damage. I don't think so, no.
Big money opportunity.
This is suggesting I only have 336 kills in this farm, and I don't believe that. Time for the Prowler, right? Yes. There I got a kill and it didn't stack. It's like it's got an internal cooldown. Bomber! No! Nobody likes you!
I feel like some kind of senator or something. That will leave him up. Not that tough after all, eh?
Onion, in fact, did not work. Onion didn't work. The bleed com, nice as pistol there.
The Nazi sends his regards.
Gives me a bunch of fire, right? Right, my frames are terrible right now, so I'm just gonna loot and save quit. Since I lost my stacks. Stacks are pure flex. You don't actually need them. I just like seeing the big number. Lead com is gamer? Yeah. They might be referring to Gloam Till Glow, which bypasses bio armor and does a bunch of damage instances based on bonus elements and stuff. Yeah, they might be referring to that. Oh wow, it's a level 50 spread launcher. Bonebane. Cash can have 900 stacks of health followed with him, but Vex can't have more than 3 stacks of Witchy Trigger Finger. I mean, it's not a kill skill, so it makes sense that it doesn't get the extra stacks from Grave Power, but yeah. Class mod with decoherence. Retreat to scare Gearbox. I don't buy it.
Nancy speaks. That actually got my gears turning. If I see it on that one. Watch where you step.
Yeah, the crazy ill nerf was heavy. Like, just changing the special effect to actually be what it said on the card was enough. They did not need to gut the stats like they did.
Hope you are as nasty as you.
I don't know why they did that. And then didn't say that they did that.
Not shaking that one off.
You can't say the word nerf or health bracelets.
That is the way the dice roll.
I mean, understandably so for what they did to Crazed Earl. Uncalled for. We're gonna get a new major patch from the new raid boss drops. Yeah, I mean they'll need to do a patch to put the raid boss in the game to begin with. What did they do to it? They cut its DPS by like 2/3. Mine was about 18k, now it's 6. So I don't want to question your skill, but does Cash have aimbot? No, I'm actually just like rapid aiming so fast you're not actually seeing it. And that's how I'm hitting all these enemies so quickly, even when it doesn't look like they're in the middle of my screen. Yes, Cash is auto-aim. Which is a little dull. I would have liked to manual aim. Sometimes there are situations where the shooting doesn't quite kick in. And you're just like stood there staring at the enemy like, come on, shoot already. Then other times they just mows people down like that, so... Oh no! I was not focusing.
I am a straight shooter.
I'm farming on true mode. Why am I doing that? On a mobbing encounter, on a bossing, makes sense. But like, well, it doesn't, but, you know, fun. But mobbing, I'm just needing to kill more mobs.
Another fight goes my way.
Is aiming actually better now? Yeah, I mean, it's minor changes, and it just kind of depends what you do on Amon. Like, they didn't buff literally every part of him, so you might have a build that avoided everything that was buffed today. So it just kind of depends what you're doing. But yeah, Amon got some good love today. I mean, what Amon got, the other characters needed, like Harlow Blue Tree, Vex Green and Blue Tree. Some might say Cash Green, I'm not convinced. But it's good that it happened anyway. Does True Mode help loot in any way? No. I mean, you get more ads, which means more world drops, but that's it. No drop rate bonuses, no nothing like that. True Mode is just for the fun of the game. Like the A1 changes, there's nothing overhauling in there. It's just like tweaks, you know, this skill's a little bit more valuable here. These feel a bit more consistent there, you know. When you improve the movement speed of a Forge Drone, it's not going to go from useless to one-shotting raid bosses, but it'll mean it's actually proccing its on-hits with a bit more reliability.
Kanansi, are you seeing this?
Or graphic setting. My FPS is negatively affected by the amount of loot, but on the graphic stuff, I'm on maximum, and then on like the fog reflection stuff, I'm on minimum because you can barely tell the difference anyway. And some of these just look worse. So yeah, textures maxed, shadows maxed or high, and then fog. And right now I'm at 100 FPS, and that's without frame gen. If I turned on frame gen, it would go to like 200 FPS.
Show me how powerful you really are, Kanansi.
You haven't played in a while, lackluster update? Yeah. Your Earl was 22, now it's 7966. Yeah. Looks good, thank you. Now, for what it's worth, my PC is beefy. Is what is known as a premium PC. But I am also streaming at the same time as playing on the same PC, so that's a bunch of extra strain.
That must have stopped.
Why did Earl get nerfed before the Bard? Some questions, son. You'll realize why they don't have an answer when you're older. Did my car get fixed? They were able to pull the window up and duct tape it. and then said, we're going to order a part from Peugeot. It's going to cost 300 quid. Another 200 to install it.
Impressive. Do not
Come back on Wednesday. My honest opinion is the DLC worth $30. My honest opinion about Borderlands DLCs is that they always come out with so many of them that you're doing yourself a disservice by buying them individually. Don't do that. Because all the DLCs will probably have similar quality to each other. So, like, I can't recommend this one over, say, the next one that we haven't seen yet. So I would say, are you interested in getting Borderlands DLCs? If yes, wait for a sale and buy a bundle that has them all, instead of buying them individually at full price. Because if you buy all the DLCs individually at full price, you'll be down an awful lot of money, regardless of if they're worth it or not. Now, if you think you'll really enjoy playing cash, then that helps a lot. Because, you know, a primary character can make or break the game for you. Or trivialize the game, not Earl. Listen, you don't understand. Earl was a menace. It needed to be put down. I haven't gone on yet, but how's with your trigger finger nerf? I mean, it's just now it's 3 stacks instead of 6. So you get 45% soup instead of 90.
Canansi, are you seeing this?
KS specs will typically have like 400 to 500% soup. So a reduction of 45 if you're using Witchy Trigger Finger is like a 10% DPS down that you've received. But if you weren't using Witchy Trigger Finger before, then of course it's not going to affect you. And that's the good thing about those Vex builds, is you can use kind of whatever action skill you want. All it's really done is improve the argument for using Dead Ringers and Coven with those kind of builds.
As expected.
Yeah, Vex is the least reliant on her action skill. Means that when she uses her action skill, she's using her action skill for her action skill, which I really like. Whereas, like, Rafa, you use your action skill, even if it doesn't do anything, you just use it for your overdrive bonuses. Harlow, I'm just kind of using it to trigger a bunch of other bonuses. The action skill itself doesn't really feel like it's doing much. Granted, it's kind of what you get from a support action skill. Amon, I feel like I'm just spamming Forge skill just to make sure Berserk is triggered. And not because I actually want to use my Forge skill. But, cool thing about Amon's action skills is because they trigger, like, Groundbreaker and shit. It means that even if I'm on a gun build, and I have 0 investment on my action skills, they'll still do good damage, because they'll deliver Groundbreaker. So you can still work it into your gameplay loop. Oh, my. The Miami GP looks like it'll be okay on Sunday. They have contingency plans. For what? What was was it in question? Apparently I've missed something. Thunderstorms? I imagine another race gets cancelled.
Things were starting to get tough.
Like 2 months without a race. Good old Florida thunderstorms. Hope everybody's okay.
Have it badass anywhere?
Using movement speed. Wish they designed more vulnerable experiences with speed in mind. Meow. Introducing the V8 Vault Hunter. Between Devil May Care, Expedite, and Mercurius, you can do a lot of cool stuff with movement speed.
Do not speak. Just dive in.
Ramen movement speed spoiled you. One thing I like to do on Vex is run a Vagabond Super Soldier with Incarnate. And then I now have Hasty Fiends on the build as well to get to Morning. So that alone is pushing like 100% movement speed. You get movement speed on rep kit? Yes. So what you can do as well is if you have guns and needles, you have 100% uptime on a rep kit. So you can run a war paint for another ton of movement speed. You can get movement speed on your war paint for even more movement speed that has full uptime. And if you really want, you can spec and feed Invigoration for another 30% movement speed. And now you're at like 160, 200. Whilst juicing up. Hollow, any movement speed? Nah, she's got a minor amount in Red Tree, but it's nothing special. Hollow's not doing too great for movement speed. I think she's the slowest character. Anyone's got some options for movement speed, but not many. I think in terms of speed, you're looking at synergies with gear as well. You're looking at Rafa to be the fastest, then Vex, then Cash, then Amon, then Hollow. You can't slide. Yeah, that happened in Borderlands 3 as well. If you had too much movement speed, your starting slide speed would also increase. So you'd have to be like sprinting for ages to build up enough speed to start a slide.
That must have stopped.
Daedalus Shotgun Lumberjack. There we go. Do a little bit of dancing. Oh, that was a grenade and I lived! I'm activating Desperado and Burst Fire for that poor boss. I shoot like 24 projectiles and the first one kills him. Not about efficiency. It's about sending a message.
How unfortunate for you.
No, grenade!
Gunning for glory. As expected.
I need to get an inscriber or a laserdisc on this character for second wins. Has anyone tried anti-up on Crossfire? Does it still read your mag size when the guns are out? Hellspike. The Hellspike card is a bit... It doesn't quite know what to do with that many digits. Hash rebalances and it's just like buffs.
Nancy plays cheap.
Also, during this farming, when I've had loads of health followed Withem stacks, I haven't been hard stuck by a single elemental eater, so I'm pretty sure they do not heal from damage anymore. Favorite pizza? I usually just kind of settle for a nice comfy cheese pizza with nothing fancy. If offered, I will occasionally indulge in the ham and pineapple, just to upset people, though. No! Grenade! I deserve it! What's the new update? There was a big patch today that fixed a bunch of bugs. Improved some performance for some people. Buffed a handful of aim-on skills. Buffed a handful of Rafa class mods. Nerfed driver a little bit. Fixed Witchy Trigger Finger from getting stacks from Grave Power. Helped cache performance by giving an internal cooldown to one of his ricochet skills. Trick shot. Handful of other stuff. Oh, was a fix, guys, come on. They did kinda nerf Crazy Turtle. The Pearl Shotgun. You know, there's much of a difference to trick shot. If you're really spamming it, you'll notice the difference, because going from no internal cooldown to an internal cooldown is a huge change if you're spamming instances. If you try reading the notes, you'll probably have a bad time. They're written awfully, and there's also just a bunch of changes in there that just didn't happen this patch. Like some changes that happened last patch with the pearls, and just a bunch of just weird wording. Almost as if it was written by AI. As a buff to my frames not be lagging out. Well, the thing is because your game's not lagging out with the amount of bone shards, it means that you're able to actually play without the game lagging out as much, which means you're able to trigger more bone shards. Hooray!
That is the way the dice roll.
As you can see, Cash is still very... They didn't really nerf him as people expected. Nothing beats rule like maxing.
Love when they send out the
Chrome, there was somebody the other week, they were saying like how only Cash had enough to like break the game, and how he had the most fire rate and whatnot, and I'm like, well, Rafa can break the game on pure fire rate alone. Like, what are we on about?
now I feel a come.
The prize was no adjustment to bleed, no adjustment to bleed, no adjustment to gloam, no adjustment to anti-up. Nothing.
Watch where you step. Just what I was looking for. Love when they send out the big guns. Hypermanship, avoid me.
Two-minute bullet buddy deluxe. Key to infinite amateur in this game was the 1060. But I believe Harlow's refraction gets more powerful the lower your frame rate is. I was told something along those lines. $19K on the Prowler. Mine's 17, but with shotgun. Smaller mag, more fire rate, more damage. Yeah, they definitely went too hard on the infinite ammo in this game, for sure. Infinite ammo, infinite crits, like... And this is a shooter. It's supposed to have, like, shooter mechanics. You get rewarded for headshots and stuff, and you have to reload.
Guess they were not splatterproof.
Infinite ammo builds are all the rage, but it's a compulsive reloader. You need to feel something. You see, that's why we like Vex. Vex is not the infinite ammo, infinite crit character. In fact, you can get good reload speed bonuses on Vex. And hell, to help the cause, they just nerfed Witchy Triggerfinger today. Join us on Vex, where you can actually feel the weight of weapons. Nearing the point where I can hit fragmentation payload if I get rid of all my killer points and my groundbreaker. I can get fragmentation. Cash? Cash? Cash, we good, buddy?
Thrust it, tossed it, and that makes it.
We need what's there? No.
So that is what bad luck looks like.
Cash nerf leaked. Smooth operator. Smooth operator. Literally looks like Rooster Bill in Overwatch. I mean, there is quite a bit of Reaper influence on this action skill. How do I do the mega dashes? I click forward and dash at the exact same time, and then jump about 1/10 of a second later. It's not really something you can do on controller. You have to kind of do a sideways one on controller and then turn really fast. Using the in-game bind to put both forward and dash on a single button is pivotal to its consistency. And then that's to get it, like, if you get good at that, you'll get it like 70-80% of the time. If you want to get it 100% of the time, use a macro, is what most people do. I don't think it's seen as ungrateful at all, because, like, remember, a lot of people, like, if you've caught one randomly, that will be because somebody did a mass gift. And if somebody's done a mass gift, they don't expect, like, all 50 people to come out and thank them. Especially since it can straight up just give you a sub if you're not there at the moment. You know, sometimes I've gone to sleep watching a stream and I've woken up with a gift sub in a channel I didn't even know existed because they raided a person who raided a person who raided a person, and I just caught a gift sub along the way. It's still good for the streamer. Obviously be better if it goes to somebody, you know, local, but they can't really add in waiting and stuff because that would be quite unfair. It just has to be random. Going for a COV roulette. Why are you going for a COV roulette? An option to turn it off. So, like, you could turn off sub-gifting to you, so a sub is more likely to go to somebody who would, you know, actively watch. I could see the appeal. Yeah, that's fair. I get the appeal though. Right, we go to the next prowler. This worked last night.
Tapping out already? Cash out! That is the way the dice roll. Tapping out already? As expected.
Addressing some annoying modifiers. Yeah, deal with it and Elemental Eater not being like smooth operator. Yeah, deal with it and Elemental Eater not being complete shutdowns right now. At least they didn't actually bury cash like I was expecting. Apparently they're going to be doing those like numerical adjustments at a later date.
Was just a
Which is weird to say that you're going to do cash rebalancing today and then just kind of like not. And end up doing more rebalancing for Rafa than anything, but hey, we'll take it. AFK cash build. Don't quite have the range to work. Gunning Dancer. See, Dancer at least is the strongest Rafa class mod by a margin. Don't ignore what they're doing to Harlow. They cut Reactor in half. And Reactor wasn't even a top class mod. The nerf to Skeptic is funny. Like, oh hey, we're buffing this part of Skeptic, so what we're going to do is we're going to nerf this part of Skeptic to make it balanced. And it's just like, right, so we're going to like take care in doing give and take balances for Skeptic? Of all things? Instead of, I don't know, oh hey, we're gonna nerf Crazed Ill, maybe we should buff the effect. Nope. Like, why are we doing a careful give and take rebalance for Skeptic of all things? And I don't know, Ash? $75. Well, at 50, it's still the best Rafa class one, even with the buffs to the current ones. So. Like, Dancer isn't an interesting class one. It's just stat based, and it's the best in the game still. So.
How unfortunate for you.
Reactor getting cut in half, like that one is puzzling because it wasn't the best in the game, and now it's just a bit trash. Okay, I say until one more Prowler, and now one's just not dropping.
I think I got you.
Is full Blue Tree Hollow still somewhat relevant? I mean, there's good stuff in there, but especially around the action skill, yeah. And they haven't done really any changes to that today either, so... Soul Survivors, now 4,000 more DPS than your Crazed Earl. Yeah, I mean, my Crazed Earl is 6,000. My Soul Survivor is 16,000. Which is a 10,000 increase. Nearly triple the amount.
Big money opportunity.
Build plugins and buy robot should have been nerfed. No. Well, I'm not sure about Flare. I've not used that one enough, but the idea of a bio robot nerf? Question mark. Why would bio robot get nerfed? All it is action skill duration. That's all that class mod is. Its special effect is hazards. Hazard lights on my car do more damage than those hazards.
See something new every day. I am the badass now.
The best in slot for gun hollow builds? They are not. That is false.
Kanansi speaks.
They are not best in slot. All the reactor does is give you action skill duration. The only thing it does. You get a tiny amount of action skill damage from your 4 points in feedback loop. The Fleb class mod can give you sustained reaction, as well as the damage perk. And excited state. Generator class mod gives you 200% action skill damage per stack. And got buffed today. Generator was already outperforming Bio Robot. And then of course you've got Physicist with Decoherence. Trooper with 50% gun damage, 50% action skill damage, Meltdown, and Refraction. Bio-robot doesn't compete with that. I dazzle the next raid boss with the LEDs. Where the hell is my Prowler drop? I want to go to bed. Well, not bed yet, but food and shit. I think they've done loads of little buffs to Amon. Ever since launch, they've just been like, hey, we'll buff this skill here, we'll buff this skill, that skill there, we'll increase the base damage of this. They've been doing that loads with Amon. And it's been good stuff. Like, a lot of the stuff that they've buffed like that has turned out, like, just kind of good. I want that treatment on, like, Harlow Blue and Vex Blue and Vex Red and Rafa Green. I want what they do for Amon to do to the other characters. They need it. Like some base damage buffs for 0-point slams. I mean, it wouldn't save it, but it would go a long way.
To a crisp.
Some base damage buffs for Incarnate and Reapers and... I mean, okay, they did one for Trouble today, so we'll give them that. Some targeted buffs to Trouble Augments and Capstones. Living options to disable the ground slam, like the character one for hitting crouch. Yeah, I think that's like really janky on controller, right? Because it shares button. Prowler, Prowler? No! Let me go! Yeah, so there's like a couple of options regarding like camera and whatnot when grappling. They should do that for ground slam. Because like, yeah, there are practical uses to ground slam and there's a couple of missions that require it, but I mean a toggle, just so you can toggle it on and off for general gameplay.
Not shaking that one off.
Yeah, I'd get very frustrated if every time ground slam kills me because I try dashing, I'd get very frustrated. I'm glad I don't have to deal with that shit. I'd crash out of that every time it would happen. No. Stop giving me the shield. I don't want the shield.
Nothing out already?
Yeah, there's a couple of missions that require you ground slamming, but there's absolutely no reason for it. They could have just done away with it. If they weren't going to properly support it in gameplay, why bother? My BL3, ground slamming was supported, and ground slamming was really good, and it created fun playstyles. So, makes a lot of sense, and it's good. But in this game, they didn't support it. Like, what's the point?
That must have stuck.
Hey, Prowler, but it's not a shiny. Ooh, 18k Daedalus Shotgun. That's an upgrade, though. I mean, yeah, it's literally exactly the same, but it has a fire rate part. What even... I'm kind of curious to load those in the save editor because... I'm curious what's different there. Like, why... Did one just roll one less part? Why is this possible? It might have, like, handling or something. Crit? No, crit would be on the card. Oh, maybe not because it's a DLC item. No, yeah. Crit would be on the card. It would have to be handling. Or scope accessory. No, the scope looks the same. Well, actually, no, hang on. That's that scope. It's a different scope. Yeah, it'll be scope then. Why do scopes have parts in this game? Why is that a thing? Yeah, it'll be the scope. Why do scopes have stats, I should say? Thingy rocket socket. Do I need that? Maybe give that to Vex. We got phase pocket on Vex now. That might actually be good. Right. With that, I'm going to call it there. Tomorrow, I will be live again. Friday tomorrow? I think. If it is Friday tomorrow, I'll be live again. Probably playing some more cash and doing the my shiny grind in the DLC. Also, just kind of restart my game, and we'll see if my lead the bad breaks or not, since people have been reporting that they cannot sustain infinite cache uptime. So I guess we'll find out tomorrow if that'll apply to me on save quit, on me quitting the game, sorry, or if it's a build thing. I don't really know what's going on with that, so I guess we'll see if anything changes between this session and the next. But yeah, a bit of a frustrating day with the Gearbox using AI and stuff, and like just giving a whole bunch of patch notes that were just wrong, not there, or whatever, and just weird changes, but hey, at least we're getting something. And a month away from the raid boss. So yeah. Until then, thank you very much for watching. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Stay safe, stay awesome. I'll catch you next time. Bye-bye.
I see pain in your future.